started. This is the Spriggan Ice Elementalist of Gozag, which is really the best possible god to you know, well, for most things, but especially a Spriggan. I said last time I was going to put a little thought into where this character's going, and I took a look around at what was available. We have a Radiate, we have D-Missile, we have Stat Form, always a good find, and we have LRD available in the Book of Burglary. So what I could do is, like, my original plan was, gee, I'm gonna buy a bunch of shops and I'm gonna hope that I get Malign Gateway, but that could just screw me over. 7,000 gold is really not that much. So I think instead we're just gonna get Rapid Decon, and I think we're just gonna be a Stat Form guy. Honestly, I know that this is a regular story for these kinds of characters, but I mean, what can I say? It's good. And the Rapid Decon, if I train nothing but that, I can very quickly get to the point where Elf is relatively guaranteed easy to do. Let's Amnesia off Poisonous Vapors. So we memorized LRD. It's still got Hunger, unfortunately. Let's just take Earth Magic to 10, and we'll probably stop there. -1 is actually not bad in terms of aptitude. Look at more Earth spells. Yeah, we'll just get Statue Form. And then we'll get Irradiate next. I know that we've dumped 10 levels worth of experience into Short Blades, but that's really not that much at +1 aptitude. And remember, we had an experience potion, so we're ahead anyway. So we have 6,000 gold now. I'm going to save that, because the thing is, like, I know, I happen to know that Bribe will do things for me. I don't know if the shops will do things for me. It could give me absolutely nothing for, you know, no payoff whatsoever. And I know that Potion Petition will do things for me, so believe it or not, I don't like to buy shops on Gozag, and half the time I do it, I get screwed over, so we're just not going to do it unless we feel like it's necessary. I made this little note for myself off camera. Train only Earth, maybe T-Moots, Statue Form, LRD, Irradiate. Take that note off. Okay. For the time being, though, I am in this sort of heavy Quicksilver Dragon scale, because, well, there could be wizards, and if I look at wizards, they've got a 1% chance to do things to me still. This guy apparently has a Wand of Descent. Why don't we paralyze him so he doesn't use that on me? Ugly things will always walk into flame. No Quick Blade. Yeah, no Quick Blade. But don't worry. We'll end up in Stat Form like most of these characters. I assure you. Yeah, we've meleeed down a few gargoyles already. It'll be fine. Wow, maybe not. Oh, crap. I need to heal wounds. Okay, guys. Probably should have just taken that staircase, to be honest. Please, it's not the way to lose a streak. Yeah. No, it'll be okay. The problem was that there was a Yaktar with him. Freaking barbs. Let's just ice blast these guys. Yeah, you know, the barbs from the Manticore, kind of a problem. Oh, he doesn't want to go in because he's hurt. Yeah, that is, the Friendly Dryad is from Summon Forest. Oops, marked. Should be okay. Yeah, so Summon Forest is a really amazing spell to find early on a Spriggan since your Transmutations apt is +4, or Translocations rather. So you do that, depending on your spell power, a certain number of walls become trees. Then you get this Friendly Dryad. It can cast Awaken Vines, which sends vines out of the trees, which drag things to the trees. It can cast Awaken Forest, which I believe it always casts when you cast the spell, which means that basically every time an enemy is next to a tree, it gets hit for a good amount of damage. So, I mean, it's a very powerful spell. It's not as powerful as Malign Gateway, but it's a nice stepping stone to Malign Gateway. You'll notice the vines are actually constricting it as well. I'd like to have Malign Gateway, but I just haven't found it. That's certainly the way we would be going if we had found it, but we haven't. Maybe in this book. Nope. Nope. I guess I should probably learn summon butterflies. Gets hit by Berserker Tree. What do you want more? Does their melee scale with spell power? That's a great question. I don't actually know, but my assumption is yes. Insofar as probably the hit dice of the Dryad scales with your spell power, and therefore the more hit dice the Dryad has, I assume the more damage Awakened Forest does, but that's a bit of a guess on my part. Okay, Snorg goes down. Really almost everything will just go down to Summon Forest. Although I need to be a bit careful since it still costs a good amount of hunger. LRD's coming online. We'll get there. These freaking vampires drain your hit points and are actually kind of hard to kill. Always afraid of hunger on Gozag? Yeah, on this particular character though, it's the same as being not Gozag, because I'm a Spriggan. But yeah, you should be somewhat careful about it. Hey guys. That is the always fun Dungeon Death Knight. Which is best? Quick Blade brand, electricity? Kind of depends on the character, but yeah, electricity is probably best. Flaming and freezing don't do a whole lot on a low base damage weapon. Speed would be okay, actually, believe it or not. But good luck finding a speed. Actually, you know what? I don't think it's possible to have a speed quick blade, come to think of it. Trying to only fight one of these things at once. Yeah, 0.3 is the fastest. Okay, let's go down to D15. Basically just trying to get some experience, get that LRD online, and we may very well go ahead and do ELF first. Probably not, but we might. I'm going to get strength, because number one, I might end up in stat form, that'll give me damage. Number two, I want to be able to cast better in these Quicksilver dragon scales, so every single point of experience is going to help me a lot. Whoa, I should probably not tab with so many things able to hit me. I do not want to be barbed. Let the tree handle most of these problems. Pull this dude up. Put the flames up. He gets right past because I didn't actually cast it right. So we reset. How bad is Conjure Flame? 36%? That's pretty bad. Twin Quick Blade and HOSk and B-Crawl. It was a massacre. Are you using Gyre and Gimbal? Don't worry, NG Matt, we only just got started. You haven't missed much. Sorry about the fact that it didn't let you know. Kill the Hornet at range. Don't want to risk getting petrified, or paralyzed rather. That should die to poison. Nice. A little bit tedious to kill things this way, but it works really well, so what is there really to complain about, you know? Oh, I don't have our fire, because I'm not wearing the robe. I did post it in the Discord, that's true. And yeah, by the way, if you want to be let know that I'm streaming a little bit sooner, you could always get in the Discord, and I have a bot set up that will actually ping anybody who has signed up for streamer pings whenever I'm streaming, which I think is a little bit faster. Val Clutch is available, wow. Book of Unlife. Some other fun undead things. Book of Enchantments has demissile, but we've already got that. I think we will go ahead and buy the Book of Unlife so we have Val Clutch available. That's amazing. Alright, so without RF+, let's just let our allies kill the salamander. Alright, Mr. Ostrom, thanks for coming by, man. Hope to see you again. Stay safe, Exile. This guy's as sick as possible. We'll try to cheese poison against him. Just keep him at full. There it is, sick as possible. And again, poison's really only worth a damn when you have it at the absolute highest level. So if possible, and by the way, I have to thank my friend Doesn't He for discovering that one. I always had the intuition that that was the case, but now we have mathematical proof that poison is basically worthless at anywhere past the early game unless you keep it at the absolute maximum. You know, you don't see dire elephants on the dungeon often. I kind of figured that was a shapeshifter, but I guess not. There is this +5 ring of protection, by the way, that I could be wearing instead of strength. Actually, you know what? I'm going to drop Ring of Power. I know that's 9 hit points, but that is, it's not as good as 5 points of AC. In my opinion. Ninja, what I mean is there are different levels of poison that you can apply to the enemies. Like it stacks up so that like it might be a little bit poisoned or a lot poisoned or quote-unquote as sick as possible. So you really want to keep them at as sick as possible because otherwise... Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Fire resistance. God, we don't have RLEC. I could just wear the Storm Dragon scales. I bet nothing is castable in this. Yeah, goddamn. Pretty good AC, though. Can we duke it out with an Earth Elemental? Not really. Is it stacked versus HD? That's a good question. I think so. I mean, I don't know. Actually, no, I don't think so. I think it's just like how many times you've applied the poison and how much damage you did when you were applying it. Well, on the other hand, like, I almost want the Robe of Fire Resistance on, because then I have RF all the time. And then Ring of Positive Energy. This works, I guess. How does that fall off LG then? What does LG stand for? Can I get both these guys? Yeah, I can. So much damage. So much damage possible. Something really funny about Summon Forest, which is that you know, if you leave the forest down here and then you like go up like this, the trees will, believe it or not, they will remain for when you go down, and then you can use them like they'll still be enraged. There's so much damage potential here. I really shouldn't be doing this. I can't be double zapped against trees though, so maybe I should just head off to the east. Probably making too much damage. Making too much noise, rather. What's my evocations? 10? How much agi do I have? I only have 1. I don't even want to waste it. should I even be in here? Let's think about this. What is the safest place we can go to? We've got shoals and snake, which can both just kind of kill you very quickly if you suck at surviving great volleys of ranged attacks. Our AC blows, our EV is okay. I can kind of reverse those two things if I wear the Quicksilver Dragon scale. In Elven Halls, I'm unlikely to take huge amounts of damage all at once just because I have, I'm guaranteed to have all these energies. So outside of lightning, I'm not about to take a bunch of damage all at once. I cannot get one-shotted by Annihilators here because I am wearing Guardian Spirit. So actually, it looks like I only have 81 hit points, but I actually have 111? Yeah, 101. Oh wait, it's just 30 plus 80, yeah, so 111. 81, rather. So, I mean, that's also not super likely since I can just throw a Spire between me and them. I know they can blink around me, but I'm more concerned about getting one-shotted by hasted sorcerers who can do a full 120. So, anyway, we're going to Ice Blast. Actually, we're going to Acid this dude. He blinks away. Swing on him, take out the fire elemental. Sadly, we have a long sword of electrocution right here, which is very painful. I don't have Arlek, and I haven't memorized Irradiate yet, so that's a bit of a problem for killing those. That's kind of that was my go-to plan for doing it. It's just not quite there yet. So let's only take Earth to 8. And let's start turning on transmutations. We'll take that to 10. What's the actual base of conjurations? We'll take that to like 1. Why not? Spellcasting to 15. That should help. But even so, I don't know if I want to be in here. We can do things like this to quickly finish off that mage. But I don't know. How many resistances do I have? Just 2. Only source of Arlek is the Storm Dragon scales, so it's kind of difficult. I forget, do we outrun dancing weapons very fast? Speed 12 to 18, fascinating. So probably not. I guess I could drink a Brilliance and go stat form. That'd be doable for Arlek. Or I could just burn a resistance right now. But even with Arlek, it does scare me a bit. So let's see if we can't Ice Blast him to death. Keep him distracted by our buddies. And actually, he does go down. Very good. I'm willing to burn a few wands just to sort of clear this entryway. Have my buddies fight this stuff off. God, more stuff keeps coming. That's no good. We have a ton of wands. Nice. Whoa! The arrow hits you. Okay. It's fog. That didn't quite work, but that's okay. Let's go up. This entrance absolutely blows. Definitely enough stuff here to one-shot me. And I made a ton of noise, so I mean, I shouldn't be that surprised that stuff showed up. We do have digging. Hey SGG, what's up, man? Yeah, I think this entrance has officially become dangerous enough that doesn't actually make sense to be in anymore. Let's see, we have 3 fear. Snake Pit would be okay, except I really am afraid of Shock Serpents. On the other hand, I mean, they have to... Well, if you take a look, Shock Serpent, they'd have to get a double zap to really screw me over, because it does 3d 13, so 13, 26, 39 damage. Double that, you've got about 80 damage. They can't one-shot me unless they're double zapping, at which point they're doing about 160, and even then they're not like super duper likely to kill me. Oh well, Ice Dragon scales with Arlek. That's kind of cool. I guess that's an option for later. Whoa! Can't shoot arrows at me if there's a spire in the way. Option for now? Why would I don't know, man. Do you want me to have RF minus in here in a place where salamanders can shoot fire damage at me? I don't think that's a good idea. I was, but I would be inventing like a whole other kind of problem if I did that. I mean, I guess it's probably a little less scary than Shock Serpents. Yeah, so here he is. He couldn't double zap me from there, so I just paralyzed him. Although we don't have too much in the way of paralysis, do we? I mean, what I could do is this is kind of memey, but like we walk away, we pop on Storm Dra- oh god, he hasn't seen me. Okay, he has seen me. Mental note, don't pop on Storm Dragon scales when he's like right there. Yeah, TSO is really bad for the early game in general. He has a sort of strange mechanic, though, which can make him somewhat tolerable, insofar as like he only gets piety from killing undead or demons. However, he also gets piety the first time you see a new monster, which is just kind of there to, I guess, unscrew people who were foolish enough to pick him as their starter god. But I mean, you can swap freely between the different gods, so there's not really a particularly good reason to take him. Anyway, check this out. I threw on my Storm Dragon scales, and then I just use wands to kill the. I use Disintegrate to kill the Shock Serpent. So that's not so bad. But hey, we've almost got statue form online. God, that's a third Shock Serpent. They're so common. So common. Okay, throw in the Storm Dragon scales. We might be able to get a stab, actually. Nope. 1, 2, 3 disintegrates. Just attack him. Got another wand of disintegrate right there. Yeah, TSO can be pretty good if you're doing I don't know, like a DUPS maybe. That is to say, a run that completely skips everything except for depths and pandemonium. We have RF plus. Let's try to melee this guy down. No distraction stab for me. Conjure Flame remaining useful in the S branches. Wonderful, wonderful spell. Is that so, doesn't he? I don't think I've tried that. Let's walk away from this crap. Don't want to do this with no RLEC. That is the 4th Shock Serpent. Perhaps they should be a little more rare, like Spark Wasps and in what do you call it? Spider. Also, I just put Quicksilver Dragon Scales on. Whoops. Okay, this thing can hit me for about 45 damage, I think. So that's why we're trying to make sure that our boy here uses his trees to kill it while I'm reasonably safe in the back, where he can still shoot me with Portal Projectile, but you remain flying as a pig, so you're a flying pig, huh? That's it's kind of cute. You should get wings on the pig. You should become like a holy pig. Crap. Go out of the line of sight so only one of them can see me at any given time. So it can't just like murder me, you know? I wish I had regen. Is regen available? Book of Necromancy is available. We ought to memorize that. There's not a particularly good reason why I wouldn't be using that right now. Got him. There's another one though. Got him. Okay, I happen to know there is a Shock Serpent somewhere around here, so I'm not going to leave that thing on this floor as like a practical joke on myself for later. We're going to hunt his ass down. There he is. But on the Storm Dragon scale, there he is. Try to just melee him down, move into a spot where he can't double zap me. There we go. Irradiate's going to definitely change this character for the better. Hey, there's an artifact hand crossbow. That's a really good hand crossbow. Stark Corrode, though. Strength plus 7? Wow, that's actually a stat stick. Strength plus 7. I don't want the Stark Corrode, but I don't know how much it matters for a Spriggan where my AC's crap anyway. It's too bad stat form doesn't meld weapons, or we'd really be in business. Yeah, Stark Corrode is irrelevant for me. Strength would let me have Quicksilver on all the time. I mean, that'd be pretty, that'd be pretty sick for like Blade Hands or Dragon Form, maybe. Yeah, it's a great weapon. Tempted to train crossbows for it, to be honest. I don't know if I'm really going to use it, though. I mean, what's the point? Not in here, anyway, because we're going to stick to the robe for RF plus anyway. It's unusable for you because of fragile. Yeah. I mean, if I wanted... No, it would make sense to wear it with the Quicksilver Dragon scale if I wanted to kill everything with magic. Which, remember, we are training irradiate, or we're training up LRD, which we already have, and we're training up spellcasting so we can memorize irradiate. I should have stabbed these things. What am I doing? Derp. That was dumb. Hey, buddy. Hey, guys. I just know he's coming up. Yep, that's what he wanted to do to me. Dang it. Let's go up. That leads there. Could be a warrior next to me. Let's wear the Storm Dragon scales. This is fine. Step away, step away. Gosh, I wish I had Enslave. How cool would that be? That works, okay. Don't want to make too much noise, but... Also, I forgot to memorize regen. It's okay, though. Okay, that's it. We're gonna, for safety's sake, we're gonna dig like this. It is impossible to cast the spell. Now, Ice Blast is great in terms of power. It just makes some noise is all. Okay, so we use the old dig clouds special. Burning all my random effects on this dude. Disappears, okay, whatever. D15 is scary, I almost died. Yeah, man, dungeon is no joke. This is so wacky, we're just running around in Storm Dragon armor as a Spriggan. Like, strictly because I don't want to die to things. Actually, the character looks really cool right now. Look at the tile. Look at the gray hat and like my wacky green face with the blue armor and the red shield. Something about this color scheme is actually really cool looking. King Pimp Spriggan. Back into the robe. Guess we just let the Spire handle that. And then I'll decon him. When decon's good enough to kill this stuff is the thing. I'm a Gargoyle Berserker with a large shield and a cool artifact axe that is rather unfortunately fragile. Should I do Snake or Swamp first? Probably Swamp. Just use like wands to kill Hydras if you don't have flaming on that axe. You think Snake? Huh. See, I would have said Swamp just because Swamp's easier. We have Garg defenses and an axe. Yeah, you know what? I guess we are immune to poison and resistant to electricity, so that does make sense. Yeah, no, do what doesn't, he said. That makes sense. I'm sold. Although honestly, that character shouldn't have trouble in either place, really. Okay, I'm burning clouds a little longer, or a little faster than I'd like to be. But whatever, man. I want to kill this serpent, and I don't have my shock. I don't have my storm dragon scale on. Let's put a spire here, actually. Can he kill me? Technically, he can kill me, actually, just by attacking twice. So sadly, I think I am going to burn a resistance. Sort of necessary. Keep cheesing these clouds. Oh, just kidding. Not cheesing them anymore. Yeah, he's just... that sharpshooter is just not having it. Infinite arm missile. That's cool. A scarf, I assume. Can't make the... Okay, I'm going to have to leave this way. I can't make the forest is the thing. Let's go down a different staircase. How about that? Everything I do here is really dangerous. You know? Okay, they'll attack him. I can't actually LRD him because of the trees. Oh, there's two. I could go up right now, but that's 2 turns, so that's technically 90 damage per turn, so we have to fog first. Pull this guy up. Burning through resources, not liking it. That ambush was sort of impossible to predict, though. This guy's still hurt. Let's LRD his ass to death. Very good. Nice. How's our spell hunger? Still 3 pips on LRD. Hey, you know what? I think it's time. I think it's just about time. Time for what? Time for Irradiate. Irradiate is online. It's 19% fail rate. Time for nuclear. You know, the DNC debates, the Democratic Party debates were tonight and yesterday too, 2 new sets of them. And you know, they were talking a lot about renewable energy, parts of it. I think my Spriggan is going to be able to handle that with Irradiate, you know. Just bring out that nuclear energy, you know. Yeah, we're running out of mana really fast. Maybe I should wear that extra mana ring. In fact, what do I need positive energy for? Nothing in Snake. Gotta drop some stuff. Forget this hand crossbow. Forget these steel tomahawks. Forget the stones. That'll do for now. All right. Let's go back to Snake. Probably goal number 1 at this point is to get Irradiate online, or a little bit more castable anyway. Let's look at the cost. Look how close in cost this is. This is 7.8, Conjurations is 1, and yet it's only a little bit more costly to train transmutations. It's kind of funny, just because of the -3 aptitude. Not a lot I can do about that. But we will take conjurations up to 4, take transmutations up to 10, and then we're gonna hammer that spell casting because I want my spells free, you know. You know what? Let's back off. I don't know if I'm actually going to go for the rune just yet. Come on, put the Spire up, get 2 LRDs, and the Spire finishes that guy for me. Awesome. You know, in terms of conserving mana, Guardian Spirit is doing me no favors, but it's also keeping me alive, so... By the way, we got marked. Not so good. Maybe I should learn Petrify. That'd be pretty good. Yeah, that would be good. Let's Amnesia off Freeze. Let's Amnesia off Throw Frost. Memorize Petrify. That's actually really, really good in here. Anything else we can Amnesia off? Yeah, I'm kind of using all the rest of this. Well, Babby's first net. I'll take it. Okay. Goodbye, guys. Goodbye, double sharpshooter. Shit, he's right here. Let's try a different staircase. Really need to go for the tedious but effective ways to kill things. Oh, hello. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Well, Petrify just didn't want to stick there. That was a waste of mana, is what that was. Just gonna have to let the flames deal with him. Put this dude next to me. Pull away. Oh, he's chasing me down. It's cool. I have our poison. It's safe for me to... But yeah, you see how Petrify helps even versus the things with pretty decent MR. And they're both schools that I've trained, is the best thing about it. And also Petrify's Hungerless, which is certainly helpful. Should have been using this the whole time. Nice. What a pain these battles would be if I didn't have Petrify. I'm glad I remembered that that's actually good to get. But yeah, even the warrior is 27% or whatever. That's perfectly serviceable if you're willing to cast it enough times. Hey, Mr. Alstrom, welcome back. Just in time to watch me Petrify stab things. Hey, there we go. There's a Petrify. On a 20-some% success rate. Not bad, not bad. Very few things in here that I can't do this to. Even this dude. What did I determine? How much damage? He could do 80? As long as he doesn't double zap me? I'll take the risk. Ouch. Couldn't roll 50% 7 times yesterday. It's just patience. It's not being the better player. You just do it enough times and it'll eventually work. You know, doing Snake always worries me as a Spriggan, and races like Spriggan, but this makes it fun. I feel like a real warrior, just walking up to stuff and wrecking it. Risk on a streak? Non-optimal gameplay? No, this is the good kind of risk. The kind of risk where you, if you fail, the punishment is just that you sort of try again. And it's particularly doable on a Spriggan because, well, you can just walk away from all the fights. Don't forget to find minus tally. Yeah, that would be pretty nice in here. Considering all these dispersal traps and whatnot. Sadly, only 26% chance to para these guys, or petrify, I should say. Oops, I did not mean to press 5 there. Crap. Come on, give me the kill. Is it a stab attack on a petrified dude? Yep. Now, the damage is reduced a little bit because Petrify, I think, gives you a certain amount of damage reduction, but not enough to save your life. %. There we go. Ah, damn it. Oh, good. Okay, this is a bit of a risk. Not too bad. Nice. I need your personal opinion on what weapon to use. +5 Demon Whip of Draining, +9 War Axe, Anti-Magic, RF+++, Stealth, Fragile. I'm gonna have to go with the War Axe probably, but it also depends on your training and how many enchant weapons you have. I mean, if you could enchant the Demon Whip to +9, and you had like way more mace training than Axe, you could make the argument. But I don't know. Whoops, did not mean to tab this stuff. I suspect that the Demon Whip does less damage even with the brand, you know. Just because War Axes are really good. I'd have to check though. But the War Axe has the all-around attack, which is very meaningful. And of course, anti-magic will save you against certain things. The secret trick answer to this question is to drop all that shit and find a broad axe and enchant it. And brand it if you need to. Alright, do we go down? Do we dare? Do we dare go down into Snake 4 and possibly get teleported into the End Vault? We have 3 fear, that's probably enough to save me if things go badly. There is a LearnDB bot for Twitch.tv. I need to basically host my own version of it because GammaFunk, the guy who is the head dev of DCSS, basically threw a tantrum and banned me and everyone he doesn't like from every single service that he hosts. One of those is LomLobot, which is the Twitch bot. God himself only knows why you would ban people from infobots, but it is what it is. He also banned Dynast from it. It's like a 5-minute affair for me to host my own version of it, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. In fact, nobody's asked me for... Actually, I think you're the first person who's brought it up. But, I mean, I could get that if there's a desire for it. Let's go down. I think it's reasonably safe for me to risk it. I mean, I could just spam fear, and it'll probably work if I were to get teleported into the End Vault. Oh yeah, haste, blinking, more fear, fog, ambrosia. Fan of Gales, but I don't want it. God knows all, and even he doesn't know why the devs act the way they do. Guardian Spirit? We're already wearing Guardian Spirit. I think God created the DCSS devs to test my patience. Yep, it's really good. Pumps my effective hit points to about 120 some. 129 to be exact. Meaning I can't get one-shotted by certain things. Alright, Nagarajas, or Greater Nagas as they used to be called, are one of the things that I actually cannot Lightning Spire, but this fine gentleman here is chilling out next to Stone, so LRD does some good work against him, you know. In fact, this whole level's Stone. It's pretty cool. So I could just put a Spire here and then LRD both these guys. We gotta be coming up on Hungerless. Come on, dude. If you really want it, you can have it. It's the lamp. Yeah, we're coming up on Hungerless, 2 pips. Training nothing but spellcasting. That gives me more effective hit points too. Way faster than I would get hit points from fighting. Maybe another S? Another what now? Yeah, blue. This is the Spriggan Ice Elementalist. Not really using ice these days. I know it sounds weird and entirely unexpected, but I'm going for stat form. Something I very rarely go for. Yeah, no, Mr. Elstrom, I considered it, and honestly, it probably was a slightly better choice to jump into Shoals or maybe even Elf. But the only reason I say that is like I didn't want to get teleported into the end vault. But I think this character would be able to survive. I have a lot of resources. I would have to get bad lucked pretty hard. We're talking like full screen full of sharpshooters hard. And even then it probably wouldn't kill me. Because I do have decent EV and some SH. Wow, Stratform, what a cool and original strategy. No, it's all about that Guardian Spirit STG. Well, depending on the character. On Spriggans, you really do want to wear Guardian Spirit because you just don't have enough hit points. Did you say you're a Gargoyle Berserker? Because if you're a Gargoyle Berserker, you definitely want to wear GS because you're not using your mana for anything else. Let's pull back. Get those Petrify stabs. And again. That didn't want to work. Oh, anti-magic. Yeah, that's a reason not to wear anti-magic, I guess, if you're using Guardian Spirit, since it's cutting your mana supply down. But I mean, literally the one and only weakness of gargoyles is that their hit points are low. So I mean, if you can unravel that a little bit, what you've got is a really strong character on your hands. Nice. This is probably one of the best end vaults, by the way. If it's the one I'm thinking of, this is just very distributed. Let's enchant this buckler more. But yeah, I'm not gonna get swarmed super hard here. I don't think. Like, I think this is technically part of the end vault. I could be wrong. S4 vaults suck most of the time. They do, just not this particular one. Keep petrifying. Nice. So strong. Really, really, really glad I remembered to go in this direction. Okay, let's back off. That's a Nagaraja. I probably shouldn't have even gotten next to him. He could have forced me to burn some resources to get away. Petrify doesn't want to kick in fast enough sometimes. Okay, the entire floor is not stone. So we'll be careful about which materials we're using to nuke this dude. Nice. Ah, another one. Snake and Shoals this run? Yep. Believe it or not, Shoals scared me more, so we went to Snake. I dipped into Elf first, but it just wasn't looking very good for me, so... Bunch of stabs. I see that we have LRD almost down to Hungerless. We'll take spellcasting to like 17, I guess. Yeah, Shoals is scary, especially if you're a tiny little Spriggan with tiny little Spriggan AC and tiny little Spriggan hit points. Oh, hi. No. Don't you do this to me. Nice ambush, guys. A sharpshooter and a Naga mage behind the, the other side from the greater Naga. Pretty good recipe for me getting the hell away. Alright, more stuff that I can petrify. I'm going to roll the dice a bit. I'm actually going to make a forest. Just attack him, I guess. Let's back off. No reason to stick around as a Spriggan. Cons of shoals: rude fish boys with rude throwing sticks, rude fish girls, rude fish goat men, water pros, huts, bustable. I think you've pretty well identified the pros and cons. Petrification taken a few attempts, but it is working. That's true, although I'm going to be honest with you, doesn't he? I kind of wish they were goatmen, and I'll tell you why. The fact that they like to congregate behind a bunch of deep water and then throw rocks at you, and then you sort of have to painstakingly pick your way around them. To actually be able to get to them and kill them. Yeah, satyrs and fawns. The satyrs are the upgraded version. Petrify doesn't want to work on this dude. Oh my god. 60% failed like 8 times. There we go. Okay, let's see if we can't get back to full hit points here. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, man. These guys are not screwing around today. Lamp also screwed me. Oh, don't worry, doesn't he? I'm sure they'll find some way to screw up the game further with politics. Just give it time. How do you, hey doesn't he, on our fork, how do you feel about changing sirens back to mermaids? Since the actual legend of the mermaid, you know, is pretty much the same thing as a siren, as far as I understand it. I think that was the original hill that blokes died on. Yeah, I mean, it's not like hugely important to me, but I have this kind of stubborn desire to basically reverse all of the things that were remotely politics oriented. you know, even if people have gotten used to them. Because I mean, that was explicitly done for some kind of really weird political reason, if you look at the old dev logs. So it's like, I would be 100% okay with reversing every single decision like that was ever made. Just as a matter of principle, because I don't believe in it. Blue, don't give him any ideas. That sounds like a realistic. That sounds like something they'd actually do. Oh my God. Let's. Oh, I was gonna emulate, but I don't actually have more than one. Let's just ice blast this stuff and then walk away. Let the tree handle this guy. Dang, dude. Oh, hit a teleport trap. Or no, we got teleported from a spell. I mean, doesn't he? Have you considered that it's possible that they're just completely ignorant about what a satyr actually is? I think that one of the main things I do with these people is overestimate their intelligence more than underestimate it. Like I don't think that Marvin PA actually knows who Nessus is, for example. Because if he did, he probably would not have done the thing that he did recently. Or maybe he would have, I don't know, but it's like I don't think these people are as well read as any of us are giving them credit for. Come on, Petrify. Alright, I gotta leave. What's my stealth level? You mean stealth? 10. I could have a lot more if I wanted to, but I'm trying to get everything hungerless, which it appears that I have, but I also want to get statue form hungerless, so let's just keep riding this, man. Take it to 20. More mana, more hit points, sounds good. More chances to petrify. No reason to train anything else, really, if I've got a good thing going. Watery tarts. It's cute. Sounds like a flavor of Pop-Tart, actually. Yeah, but I mean, do I really need to one-shot them, Mr. Alstrom? I mean, they're stoned for a good long while. So, I mean, also, daggers attack fast. Something like that. It's long enough that, I mean, first of all, I walk up to them quickly on account of being a Spriggan, but then I also attack fast just because I have min delay on the dagger. Burning through our rations, unfortunately. Not that it's a problem, we have enough gold to buy as many as we want. I'll drop this Ring of Strength. I'm going to drop more stuff. Let's say Flame. I know I'm going into shoals, but I really shouldn't need it. Actually, no, I should take that. One shot, or I'm going to have to call you non-optimal. You can call me non-optimal, that's okay with me. Let's turn off Berserk Rage. My friend referred to one of my friends today said something about playing in a certain way. He called it being a robot who's programmed to win DCSS. I've decided that's my goal in life, is to be a robot who's good at DCSS. It's kind of a good way to describe it, to be honest, because I mean you have to make a lot of sort of unfun decisions in order to be optimal. And in a large way, what am I doing? Why am I trying to cast Petrify on this dude who's immune? But yeah, in like a very real way, being optimal is completely at odds with having fun. Not all the time, just some of the time. On the other hand, I suspect that's why a lot of people watch this stream, is because I try to be optimal, you know, which is something that's you don't get to see a lot of, to be honest. You know, everybody has their own style of playing, and all the streamers and YouTubers and whatnot, the only one that I've seen other than me that really goes out of his way to be like super optimal as much as he can is actually ZXC. Some of his videos are just they're painstaking. I went back and I watched his Draconian Fire Elementalist start, which was one of his final streak games. It's kind of funny, like I didn't agree with every single decision he made, but probably 99%. I'm not a smart man, but I know insert extremely obscure DCSS mechanic. Yeah, UV4 plays fairly optimally, but I don't think he takes it as far as like ZXC, you know. Yes, that is the one where he spent something like an hour on D1. He had a hell of a D1. It was outrageous, and he had the option at one point of going downstairs, and he didn't, and it was good because he would have escaped from his null enemy and landed right on Sigmund. Yeah, no, and it was a completely legitimate D1 experience. Probably the only thing I disagreed with in that video was how he handled the initial. He opened up a door and there were enemies right there waiting for him. So I personally probably would have tried to throw or flame tongue on him, but he like closed the door and then just waited for a while to make the move around. Anyway, we have a rune get. I could roll up into vaults at this point, although that's pretty dangerous. There's Yaktars and stuff in there. And we certainly have not gone the D-missile direction, although we will go ahead and memorize that. Can you post a vid on the Discord after the stream? I gotta see this. Yeah, if you want. Although if you just Google like DRFE ZXC, it should be like the first thing that comes up. But I'll just ping me on the Discord if I forget. I think I have it actually open still. Anyway, we are probably good to do Elf now. I'm a sucker for this optimal gameplay. Oh god. Alright, well if you want to be optimal, don't do what I just did. I forgot to put on my RN+. Got immediately drained for a lot of damage. That was, my god, I think that actually rolled max. Hold on a second. So it was only one bolt that hit me. So 57 to 90 is 33, but then it also did another 17 damage, so that's 43 plus, wow, that is close to max. Yeah, no, this is why I left this place earlier. We're gonna fear now. I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna put on positive energy. Pull this guy up, I guess. Dude. Okay. How you like this? Can he one-shot me, actually? Perhaps I should check on that. Deep Elf Knight. Yeah, Deep Elves do have... Well, no. The mages don't have real MR. The knights do. You can actually petrify the mages, not that it really matters usually. Can he one-shot me? Kinda. Yeah, he can. Yeah. We're gonna heal wounds. Yeah, he's hasted as part of the problem here. Mind the haste indeed. Well, I'll tell you what we're gonna do is we're gonna... This asshole casts the exact spell that still damages me despite having a thing in between me and him. Can't cast Forest because Forest is programmed in a rather weird way that makes me not able to cast Forest again. There we go. Let's try this again. He's petrifying. He's petrified. Stab, go up. There's electric there. Do we just like put on Storm Dragon scales and come down and then come up until things are ready to come up with me? Is that the play here? I mean, that pretty much seems to be working. Our EV blows ass, but it is a sketchy entrance and we could certainly die here. No, we don't have RF if I do this. God damn it. I shouldn't be doing this at all. This is super dangerous no matter what I do. Although I can't be double zapped. I don't know. Do I have more agi now? I only have the one. I think we're about broken in. This is fine now. This is very... It was very dangerous and I shouldn't have been doing it. But... I mean, if it's dangerous now, it was doubly dangerous before. So that was the only serious mistake I've made this run, I think. I think this dude's out of arrows. Hasted Knight almost killed me. I'm not sure if I ever gave him... I mean, I could do the math, but I'm not sure if I ever gave him the ability to kill me in one turn. Maybe. Let's enchant this hat. Probably turn off Scrolls of Enchant Armor now for pickup. So do Spriggans? I don't know, Mr. Ostrom. It depends on your race, I know that much. I think Spriggans can get Dex. Let's just stab him. Oh, on my run? I don't know, I haven't been looking. Maybe. I very rarely try to keep track of that. Maybe I should. Can these guys confuse me? 3% chance? Yeah, that's alright. Okay, there's our boy here, the dreaded animated weapon. Oh god. No fucking way. That's terrible. Not just shafted, but shafted into the Hall of Blades next to Nicola. Whew. That's a surprise. So even with RLEC we could die here because chain lightning's so amazing. But let's put up RLEC immediately. That's obviously the first thing we do. Okay, then we haste. Then we telly. Time to hashtag cool plays this, see you in an hour. No, this isn't as bad as one of those nasty CSDC shafts, because the thing is that, you know, I don't have any weird conducts hamstringing me here. No, I'm not going to lose the streak. Not the most dangerous thing was the first turn when he could have chain lightninged me and just killed me. So he didn't do that, and now there's a dude nearby that the lightning would probably jump to. Lignification Torment? Why would I do that? Lig doesn't give RLEC. I always carry a potion of resistance on hand in case this happens, so like Nickel is the guy that you save one for. We have a Tela. I think I'm going to use the Tela. We also could have, I tell you what I could have done for like absolute safety for that turn anyways, I could have silenced. But then I would have risked just sort of being trapped here, which of course you don't want. Let's just teleport. It's dumb. Alright, we are hasted. I'm not going to blow my agi. I actually think we're okay. That damage. Oh, he did it. He did it. And it didn't jump to the guy here. Well, let's heal wounds. I should have made allies, but like the joke is that well, you know what? I'm going to make butterflies now. Should have done that first. Hey, we teleported out. Hey, we got the stab. How about we, well, I probably don't need a magic map. Okay, so stupid elves built their clubhouse out of crystals again. Okay. We go stat form. Yeah, LRD is absolutely amazing if you have a crystal. Okay, I went stat form so I could actually tank those dudes. But yeah, this is outrageously strong. LRD strikes crystals on a larger AoE. Not just that, it does way more damage. An outrageous amount of damage, actually. Okay, identify this amulet, we don't need it. I'm going to drop wizardry in our poise, we don't need that. Asterion the Fallen King. Okay. Vuln, poison, poison, or petrify, petrify. There's your Vuln scroll. there's your use for the Vuln scroll. Anyway. Should I use +2 broadaxe of chopping or anti-magic +9 battle axe RF plus a battle axe? I would use the broadaxe of chopping and a shield, personally. I mean, that's a nice battle axe, but shields are just really good. I mean, if you can have, as long as you have 1 pip of RF, that's all you need. Hey, we got a stab on the battle axe of our +5 battle axe of chopping. You know what's really cute is how Gozag turns these animated weapons into gold, so you can't even pick them up. Damn it. Let's put a spire. Let's put a spire here. And then just do this for mega AoE. Suppose I can finish up Elf 1, yeah? Ooh, a lot of dudes. Make a forest. Let the tree handle him, and him, and him, and him. Yeah, Irradiate's really, really good against, well, everything really, but especially animated weapons. Dream Sheep? What's this nonsense? But yeah, if you have LRD, this is effectively a free branch. Wow, immediately mega poisoned. Poor man's stomp for people who can't dance. I don't know, those are bold words saying it's a poor man's stomp. More like a rich man's stomp, really. I should have taken this fight more seriously. That thing could petrify me. Well, Stomp can kill, but it doesn't do as much damage as Irradiate typically. Okay, this is bad. Just to guarantee the death. Kill that. I think we're faster than him a little bit. So we just outrun him. But barely. See, the thing is, he can kill us. If he rolls real damn high, he can kill us. So if we're going to be fighting those dudes, we have to make sure we're at full hit points when we do it. Or we're sort of risking instant death. Full hit points and mana. And they have only a 6% chance of getting petrified, so LRD is the path. Bro, there's actually a chance of death for you? Guess you're just too non-optimal. It's true. I'll hang up my hat. Whatever, man. As long as I don't specifically die to a non-optimal play, you know, I'm gonna feel fine about this streak ending, as long as the death is not caused by something that's like my fault. You know, so if I just get shafted from D1 to D3 and then insta-gibbed by, I don't know, some bullshit, some giant group of priests or a centaur with an acid wand or something, I won't feel bad about that. If you got TP'd to lungs and I died to that I would feel bad about, because I should be prepared for that at that point of the game. One-hit KOing Ilsui with a stomp? I don't think you can one-shot things with stomp because it does a percentage of the maximum hit points. Yeah, no, getting TP'd to lungs and dying is 100% your mistake. Because, well, it depends. Now that clowns exist, maybe not. But before clowns existed, or before clown pies existed, there was always a way out of that if you played 100% properly. Why am I not picking up potions of might? That's weird. I mean, I guess in theory that, like, purple draconians and quicksilver dragons could really mess things up for you, keep you from teleporting and whatnot, but you really shouldn't be able to die in there unless a pie does something stupid to you. And even then, you can stop yourself from getting teleported if you farm the Abyss for minus telly for long enough. So it would still kind of sort of be your fault. Speaking of getting teleported to branch ends, let's hope that doesn't happen to this character right here. I don't like abyss farming. Well, nobody does, but I mean, when I'm talking about shit, when I'm talking about things killing me that I can't do anything about, I'm being very strict about that definition. Because a lot of people are like, oh, well, I died and it was the game's fault, and 99% of the time it's not the game's fault, you just messed up. Can chaos mutate you? I think so. Can cause miscast effects, right? So definitely. This is awesome. One of the more fun combos in the game. Tree plus LRD, when you get to have both sets of damage at the same time. If you're dying on Zot 4, it probably is your fault. You just don't necessarily realize what you're doing wrong. I have a friend who has lost a few Barakians in Vaults, or Zot 4 rather, or just around Zot, generally Zot 5, lately, and it's like, I can identify the mistakes he's making, but it's very easy to miss them unless you've played through Zot like 4 billion times, because it really is a very different part of the game. And it can, there's so much RNG variance to it now with the pies that it really can screw you over in particularly dumb ways, to be honest. Hey, we'll wait 100 turns so that Hell Sentinel's not there. Should I even be trying to petrify him? Probably not. Do I have a way of killing him at range that's not LRD? Not really. Ah, oh god. Not fighting an executioner. Alright, that's it. I'm just doing this. Irradiate gets the job done. Well, B-crawl's a whole nother story since you get teleported like every other time you go down the staircase, man. Does minus tele even help you with that? That's right, got the petrify on 28% chance success rate. No TP on D2. Dude, that was infuriating. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like BHoff. I think he's a really cool guy, but that was enraging, if I'm gonna be totally honest. Losing my BSDC game to that nonsense. I understand it's supposed to be very rare, but that just shouldn't happen if you ask me. Hello, Donald. Donald with the long sword of distortion. Donald's getting boned by that 15% petrified chance. Well, SGG, it is easy. You just got to get that, you know, that wand of paralysis. Play Formicid to ignore the stairs. Well, that wasn't really a choice, you know. Yeah, you can also do that. As soon as they leave line of sight, really, they'll start doing that. Hey, okay, this is a bit scary. If I'm going to fight him, I want to do it with full mana. I wish there was more crystal on this floor for me to cheese out. 20 spellcasting reached. Is stat form... Nope. Stat form not hungerless, so we'll just keep training it. Hey guys, hey fellas. It's honestly sort of hilarious how broken LRT is in here. Every time I use it in Elf, I feel like I'm outright cheating. Hey, there's some crystal. Going down, Elfman. Wow. Okay, guy. Having him next to me doesn't make this any better. So what do we do? You know what? I should hold that thought, and I just realized I should get... Gosh, I really should go ahead and get D-Missile online, shouldn't I? Should have been doing that before. 15% chance. Kills the Spire immediately. He just does not give a shit. Lure him up here. We can sort of wait for him, yeah. Put up the Spire. He keeps killing the Spire, that's fine with me. And we'll let the trees beat him to death. Probably going to lose the Dryad now. Dang it. Put the Spire there. LRD. LRD. And we get the ambush. That's okay though, we go up. Still no sticks to snakes, except we do have it. Book of Changes is available on D15, so perhaps I should go get that. Why delay? Why delay? Let's go ahead and get that real fast. I'll amnesia off butterflies. I'm gonna go buy this real fast. It's just really nice to have in here. Changes. Snakes. Probably would help if I spelled it right. Yeah, you can set swamp trees on fire, although they don't make forest fires because they're in water. So it's just that individual tile. You can sort of make tunnels with that, though. You feel free to decide how useful you think that is. I guess it can be, but typically not really. Wow, hello. I don't want to be paralyzed. Should I get strength? I should probably get strength so that I'm able to do more melee damage once I'm in stat form at the very least. What am I doing? Let's pull back, dude. Turn off this exclusion I set. Now you're gonna die. I am surprised that he survived all that. Let's just see how this dude does against trees and spire. He'll probably wreck them. Oh, he's wrecking them. Oh, he's ruining my life. Okay. 6% chance to petrify. Only you can prevent forest fires by turning the trees into shrapnel bombs. The power of magic. Hey, Zephyr, what's up, man? I may have to snake that dude to death. Guess I'll just let my allies handle him. Dude, 5 is nothing. I've seen endings with like 20 Hydras. I have to say, I enjoy killing elves by dropping forests on them. Yeah, I'm a big fan of ironic justice, you see. These are deep elves, so they need to be punished for giving up their foresty ways. Inner Flame is available. I could blow some snakes up if I wanted to, but I think they'll just kill the Blade Masters all on their own. Whoa, this Annihilator's wearing Magin Bow, so presumably he does way more damage. I assume Arc Magi affects his spells. I don't think Intelligence does. Let's not get hit by him. Okay, that worked. We're not going to be using Magin Bow ourselves because that is a meme weapon. Takes hit points away from you. Losing hit points is bad. Huh. Let's get him over to the stone. Does a lot of damage when you use it for LRD. Shit. Alright, let's fog. One of the only things I'm afraid of at this point in here are those Deep Elf Master Archers. They will ruin your day. Come on, dude, come closer. You're not coming closer in the way I'd prefer. Wanted to hit him in the crystal, you know. That is a manual of long blades. And another manual of maces and flails. Not using either of those. Take the whip, or the lightning rod, rather. I don't know why I called it a whip. Well, Zephyr, LRD used to be a lot more interesting, is the funniest thing. You used to be able to break walls with it, but the head dev decided he didn't like people breaking into his favorite vault with it, so he took that out forever. Which ironically, at the same time made it a much better spell for the purposes of doing damage, but, you know, there's a lot of stuff in the game that already does damage, you know? And when I picture Earth as a school, I don't see that as the this is for damage kind of school, you know? Like it's in my mind, Earth is supposed to be more of a utility sort of school. Wow, man. This thing just does not want to die. Basically, STG. Can he kill me? Yeah, he can kill me. If I go into melee with him now, I think. Alright. Joke's on you, bucko. Getting snaked. Blade Masters are just a chore on this character. Well, Zephyr, I mean, it was emergent gameplay. And I guess it all comes down to your philosophy on emergent gameplay, which is like, you know, if you think that it's a bad thing when players figure out really fun and unintended ways to do things in the game, then of course you're going to run to turn things like that off. Sure, you could have it that way, and that would be a design choice. But I don't know. I think that it's more interesting if they differentiate somehow. Or at least they're better at doing particular things. Elf is done. So let's see. Morningstar might make a half-decent stat stick. That's got RF plus and int plus on it. Although realistically we're going to end up punching things in stat forms, so I don't know if we even need a stat stick. Although, at least for the time being, it's good. Increase my LRD damage. Give me another RF plus. D-missile down to 26%. Let's go ahead and keep that up. That's really good. Huge, huge, huge development. Alright, this is done. So we actually have our core available. So I could put this thing on. And we have our C++. Technically slime is doable now. I guess I should make sure that golden eyes can't paralyze. They can confuse me. And that means that great orb of eyes can paralyze me. The only MR plus that's available is in the form of Quicksilver Dragon Scales. So we need some more levels before we want to roll into slime. I mean, technically I could roll in there in Quicksilver Dragon Armor. And then the acid blobs can do 41 damage at range if you have no R core, but they're fast, so they can do it twice. So that means they can do 82 damage, which is still not a one-shot, but not exactly pleasant, you know. Although we have D-missile, so I don't know. Yeah, Zephyr, that's a great that is a great commentary. Basically, the game has passed into the hands of different people as the years have gone on, and this particular guy who has managed to sort of schmooze and wheedle his way into power has a different philosophy on things than perhaps the previous people who ran the game. So now we have to put up with that nonsense forever, I guess. Or until I fork the game and, you know, fix things. I guess I could take the Quicksilver Dragonstales and do this, but at the same time, you know, I have D Missile now, so it's reasonably safe for me to go ahead and do shoals. So why don't we just do that? It's just that LRD is like useless in here. Hey Zephyr, I see you know who I'm talking about. Yep. He kind of sits around in the Discord. It's kind of sad. He makes these bot commands so he can track people who die in his vaults, and then he sits around in this Discord spamming those commands and sort of talking to himself about people dying in his vaults. It's a little weird, but that is the guy. And the vaults in question are actually some of the worst ones in the entire game. Is that a potion of experience? Yeah, it is. Hell yeah. Like, I don't think I'm exaggerating, and I'd be happy to hear different opinions on this, but I think that those Zot Trap vaults in particular are literally the worst vaults in the entire game, on account of the fact that there's like no sane reason to ever go into them the normal way, because you're always risking, you know, unavoidable instant death, regardless of what you do. So it's not only a death trap, it's like a lazy, silly death trap, if you think about it, because like it's a what it is a noob trap. You know, it'll get like one guy one time, and then he'll say, "Wow, that was dumb. I'm never going to go into this again." So after that point, it's just like a dead dungeon feature, or it's a dungeon feature that sort of rewards you for cheesing it. And so instead of realizing that it was a badly designed vault, he just made it harder to cheese, which kind of compounds the problem if you think about it, because then you're just increasing the number of games where it's an empty feature that is just ignored. You could literally cut out a swath of the dungeon, and it would be a better mechanic. In my humble opinion, anyway. Petrify is doing work in here. Reminds me of seeing your plane has bad aerodynamics and just increased propulsion. Pretty much. Okay, you know what? Let's, just kidding, I dropped Wanda Flame. I was going to steam bath her, but this is okay. Let's just attack her. The trees will do the work. There we go. I love dying to D8 Cyclops I auto-explored into. To be fair, by D8 you probably have enough hit points to survive at least one Cyclops hit. And then at that point, you probably have enough resources to say, wow, if he hits me again, I'm gonna die. And then you read Fear, and you're probably okay, so... I mean, I guess on certain backgrounds, like maybe Felid, you might have a problem, but... okay. Deep Elf Fire Elementalist, that's probably the worst option in terms of that situation. Did you have 65 hit points at least, or no? Guessing not. Like, was it a true auto-explore death? Like, you pressed O and you died? They have 5 hit points by level 27. That's not quite right. By D8, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess around 44. Just, sort of off the top of my head. You son of a bitch, get petrified. There we go. Took like 17 tries. Oh yeah, well large rocks do 20, and then the Cyclops itself I think does 45, right? 35, so he can do 55 damage with a large rock. Maybe more if he has the archer flag, but I don't think he does. I mean, that's no joke on a deep elf whatever. It's a cool looking vault. Does a rock wielded by a Cyclops detonate when LRD is cast? No, but that's a cool idea. There is a shop that sells exploding large rocks, which is pretty cool, but incredibly rare. I think they have big explosions. And Petrify is just tearing this whole place apart. Don't know why I expected shoals to be such a bother, but we haven't exactly run into a billion Javelineers yet, which is always where the real fun starts on these characters. Please tell me your fork is going to have darts instead of blowguns and needles. I might keep that change. My only issue with that is that I think it makes the early game a lot harder, or can, since literally any monster that happens to spawn near darts will pick them up and use them on you. But there are things I like and things I don't like about that change, so I haven't put too much thought into whether I'll keep it or not. I'm leaning towards keeping it, though. Probably going to change the names of the darts so they're less stupid. I don't know what the hell a deterra is, but I think I'm just going to name them after what it actually is, like Dart of Blindness, Dart of Confusion, whatever the hell it does, that's what it's called, you know? Alright, let's go down. We could get put to sleep. What am I doing? Just because they're petrified doesn't mean that they can't put you to sleep. Or that their buddy can't cast it, I mean, and have a higher chance. Which is kind of dumb if you think about it, you know? Because it's like they're turned to stone, so they probably shouldn't, you know, their little sleepy fuzzy fur coat or whatever probably shouldn't contribute if it's been turned into a rock, but I think that's just sort of lazy programming, if I'm being honest. Hazarding a guess there. You know what? We found that that experience potion, and I didn't even really pay attention to what I used it on. I guess I just used it on charms and air. Yeah, Vaults is no joke, STG. Are petrified enemies immediately sinking into the water when petrified in it? No, they don't drown or anything. I don't think. But I do think they sink, but I think they also become immune to drowning. I could be wrong about that, though. Getting marked is the worst possible thing later in the game. It's not good. There are ways around it, but yeah, it can be pretty painful. Water nymph. Nice. All right. I'm going to learn passage. No reason not to. We have a lot of translocations. Line gateway is still not available. Let's put a spire here. Let's cast forest. I want to go up, but I want this nymph dead. I could lose a lot of hit points very quickly though, so how about we just leave? Take another staircase. Do the safe play. Death by being petrified on water was a thing in NetHack. Yeah, a lot of funny things are possible in NetHack. I know that, well, for the player, you can't die on deep water anymore. That used to be a thing. In fact, there were some really funny ways to commit suicide, like if you were worshipping Beog, okay, so you could walk on water as Beog past a certain point of piety, but if your piety drops below that point, you can no longer walk on water. So as you can imagine, if you were to like smite too many times while on deep water, you would just die immediately. But nowadays in DCSS, if you're on deep water for any reason and stop flying, if your character can't swim, you just start taking like massive amounts of drain. Until you leave the deep water or start flying again. I really should play some NetHack. Oh god. Hey STG, you just mentioned getting marked, right? Let's take a look at all the things that happened. 2 hisses, a shout, a bleat, a shout, a hiss, a bleat, a shout, x2, hiss, 2 more shouts, 3 more hisses, another shout, an angry hiss, 2 screeches, 2 more shouts, a screech, a shout. Yeah. Good stuff. I'm going to pop a flight. I'm going to put up a forest, which didn't really make a lot of forest tiles, and go up. Hut busting time soon. Sadly, we got marked on Shoals 4, so this is going to be quite a floor now. How good is draining as a brand? It's amazing. Really, really good up until the end of the game, although it's not going to do anything for you against things like Orbs of Fire. Almost everything else in the game will get badly messed up by it. How about on a D-Whip? That's perfectly serviceable. I mean, I would not rebrand that unless you had 2 brand scrolls so as to avoid protection. And even then you're kind of risking Venom as well. Venom and protection are the ones you really want to brand off. Everything else is usually serviceable. But yeah, I mean, you'll smash through most of the game if you have a draining anything really, but especially an endgame weapon like a Demon Whip. My absolute fastest real-time run of all time, personal best, not like world record, was 35 minutes-ish, and that was a Deep Dwarf who found a War Axe of... Come on, dude. Can you get petrified already? There we go. Risking 50 damage every single time. Yeah, I found a War Axe of draining, though, on that dude. Could take a lot of damage from this dude, so... Trying to stay back so only like one guy can hit me at a given time. Let's just go up. What am I doing? Get the full rest. Always be resetting fights. Please don't put me to sleep, Mr. Dream Sheep. Not particularly likely considering there's only one, but you never know. And there could be more than one. There usually is more than one. Just to be safe, let's throw out some water elementals. Nice, he's dead. I guess there was only one. Must have gotten separated from a pack, I guess? Yep, there's the pack right there. Or at least there's one more member of the pack. You know why they were separated is the mark. The mark trap does funky things to floor, to the layout of enemies on a floor. D-missile is actually very castable now. We already had it up. I'd like to replace it. With the higher spell power version. But as far as I know, there's no way to do that. Barnacled Rune. So when I first came down on this floor, I actually entered, actually hit the Rune Vault almost immediately. Alright, that is Shoals 4. Nice. We busted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 huts to Blue's delight. He's always a big fan of this part of the game. Maybe this counts as 7. I don't know. Is that a hut or is that more of a temple? Assume the mark brings enemies to you, but how does it work exactly? Do they teleport from nearby? No, they don't teleport. What it does is it basically makes enemies in a huge area around you aware of your presence. Not necessarily the whole floor, I don't think, just like most of it, most of the area around you. So basically, wherever enemies are patrolling on the floor, they are now heading in your direction as though they were chasing you. You know, as though you had just like seen them and they were trying to zone on your location. So if you like go up a staircase while marked, you can reasonably assume that they're going to keep going towards that location. So if you like wait out the mark on the floor above and you come down a different staircase, probably most of the floor's enemies are still heading towards that other staircase that you went up. So it's it can be pretty dangerous, as you can imagine. Right, exactly. DCSS is a game that rewards it rewards playing the game at your own sort of you know, arranging fights in such a way that you have the advantage, and that's a lot harder to do when you have to fight the whole floor at the same time, you know. Okay, so we have 2 runes. We could go into vaults, that's true. A little afraid of Yaktar still, even with the D-missile, even with the shield. Slime, technically it's a bit early for Slime. Usually you're supposed to do vaults 1 through 4 first. But let's see. Golden Eye. 6% chance of Confusion Gaze. Blah. That means Great Orb still has a 1% chance to paralyze. Also not good. We've been a little bit bad lucked on magic resistance, which is mostly okay on account of the fact that we're a Spriggan, but I'm still none too happy about it. And just because I'm a big scaredy cat, we are going to grab the Quicksilver Dragon scales and put them on. Don't worry, things are still pretty castable. Let's drop paralysis, just for inventory space. Yeah, golden eyes are no joke. It's lame. They will be happy to spam confuse on you until you're just dead. So it's not ideal. But I'm more concerned about getting paralyzed, to be honest. To be honest with you, like from the Great Orbs of Ice, people kind of forget that they can do that. Anyway, we're going to put on the Quicksilver Dragon scales. We don't have our core, so I guess we're going to go into vaults. Once we get like one more level, we might very well be immune. Can we irradiate? 10%, that's not bad. Take transmutations to 15. And the Quicksilver Dragon scales were kind of tanky. In a mediocre Dynas defenses kind of way, but okay, this is ugly enough that we're going to do a clouds right here. Come on, come next to me. Radiate, radiate, radiate. There we go. Let's go back up. The D-missile went off. So now we get the higher spell power one. Hey SCG, good night. Thanks for coming by, man. Always good. It's possible that when I level up one more time I might be immune to Great Orb. But yeah, I mean, Quicksilver Irradiate, this combo is awesome. The only thing I'm lacking is RF+, which, I mean, we could wear this ring instead. Actually, what am I doing? Boom! Put on the Morning Star, man. Oh, crap. Let's not fool around with this Convoker. Wait, what am I doing? I can LRD with this metal. I don't need to rely on Irradiate when I've got that. So here's the reason why I'm wearing the Quicksilver Dragon scales. I don't want to get banished. Nice. Petrify LRD combo really coming through for me. Petrify stabs still work just fine here. Whoa, 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 75 damage possible. Switch to the RF+. Let's blow some Ice Blast. Completely worth it. Didn't have the mana to keep LRDing, or I would have just done that. Managed to avoid mutations so far, even though I'm using a radiate pretty liberally. Stab this guy to death. It's kind of giving that warden the side eye because I was trapped in here now. Things can go bad pretty fast, you know. Back off. There's a convoker convoking. Get my mana back now. Nothing really dangerous in here, you know, unless I play badly. This character is really able to handle all threats. I mean, if I look at an Ancient Lich, I guess if one of those spawns, well, it can't do the MR threats to me. So the big problem, I suppose, would be something like that, or maybe a Titan, since we're not exactly walking around with RLEC all the time. Although, come to think of it, here's something I didn't see. There's a longsword with both RLEC and RC++. That'd be pretty sick to wear, except, and here's the messed up part, it's a longsword. What do longswords do? They riposte. So here's something real stupid. I cannot choose to turn off ripostes, they just happen. So it can actually trigger the rage on a riposte. So any longsword with star rage on it is simply too dangerous to wear. Wow, that's weird. Tiger Eye encrusted steel steam dragon scales? I gotta buy it and see. That could be really cool. I doubt it, but it might be. It's our core. Wow. It's hilarious. +2 robe. I'll have to compare that to the +2 robe. That was a waste of money, but it's interesting. Hmm. 31%. Yeah, the Star Rage really ruins the item. Perhaps would be less dangerous on a different character, but generally Star Rage is something you just don't want to use. But the funniest thing about that is if it had been any other item, or any other type of weapon than a long blade, it would have been a beautiful stat stick since I could just, you know, choose not to swing with it, and then never trigger the Star Rage. Come on now. I know it's 31%, but give me my Petrify. This character badly wants more mana, and the Guardian Spirit is still not doing me any favors, but on that front. But it's just too good to forego. Also, I'm going to test something. I'm going to wear this thing. Steam Dragon Scale. Alright, so 15 AC, 26 EV. Move curse. 15 AC, 26 EV. 14 AC, 26 EV. So a +2 robe actually gives me less AC than the Steam Dragon Scale. We may very well wear that for the sake of slime and nothing else. Just because it has a couple more points of AC and gives me a little bit of GDR. By the way, we did level up. So we're going to check something. Yeah, you're convoking. What else could possibly be left on the floor? Some ogres, whatever. Just for safety, we're backing off. I wanted to rush in there and just start wrecking things. Uh-oh. This could be an LCS guy. Dang. Can't LCS me from there. There we go. Alright, buddy. You can flame me, that's fine. Crap. Well, I gotta turn this on. That's the Bolt of Fire LCS Ogre Mage, so we'll just LRD him from back here. Ooh, he's coming to say hello. Hey, Alf, how you doing, man? We are moving on along with this Spriggan Ice Elementalist. Sekiro, I don't think I've heard of that. Alright, just reached our 15 transmutes training target. Let's just train some spellcasting for a while. I think I did that to just like gain a little more power on my irradiate. I don't really remember exactly why I was training that, but that was probably it. Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, the 2019 From Software game. Well, the name sounds cool. Oh god. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. I just did 60 damage to myself. Do not stab things when they have injury mirror up. That was insane. Because you get a percentage of the outright insane stab damage reflected right back at your face. I had forgotten about that. What a way to end the streak that would have been. Let's see what's in the shop. I feel like I already looked at it. Oh yeah, it's a bunch of stuff I can't use because I'm a Spriggan. Oh, they did Dark Souls and Bloodborne? Well, I hear good things about both of those, and I had a friend who was like obsessed with the Dark Souls series. Seemed like it required a good bit of skill to be good at. Alright, so let's take off the Quicksilver Dragon Armor. Look at Golden Eyes. 4% chance to confuse, fine. How about Great Orb? 1% chance to para. So we need one more level to be totally immune. How about Ogre Mages? 1% chance. So we got to keep wearing Quicksilver Dragon Scales, which is fine. There's plenty of experience in here. Come on, don't lock this stuff off. I need my hit points back. Playing a little bit fast and dirty, but not too bad. I want to kill this Convoker before he starts summoning things. I mean, we're getting experience crazy fast. Like 5 seconds ago, we were at 35%, and now we're at 42. So we'll, you know, we'll get our levels. And then we'll be able to do slime. Oh, let's just lightning rod those dudes. Renewable resource, you know. The one thing that makes me sad here is that because I want to conveniently be able to stab things without swapping, I'm not really wearing my Morningstar all the time. Perhaps I should be, since in theory we could take an awful lot of damage from fire magic. Or fire breath. 75 from a dragon is no joke. I'll wear it against this guy, for example. Let's pull back. Keep D-Missile up. Oh, out of mana. Just pull away. Maybe I can just tab this? I mean, he's poisoned. Let that work on him for a minute. Oh, he does so much damage. There we go. Spriggan life, you know. Trying to recast D-Missile, I miscast like 3 times there. Come on. Give me the stab. Whoa. Remember, we do not have our elec. So even a simple mage with an electric blast is gonna... I mean, we do have our elec, but it's in the form of sort of really awkward items, 2 of which are body armor that we don't really want to wear, and 1 of which is a longsword, which could berserk us at any moment. What's the chance to petrify? 32%. It's not bad. He's actually getting petrified. So we'll get that kill. This time we're going to be careful not to stab this guy if we get him petrified. Not while he's injury mirroring. So close this door on him for a little while. Get some mana back. There it is. Whoops. Okay, well, I just stabbed him, but it's okay. I had full hit points. I don't think I can kill myself if I have full hit points. Dude, I should just summon a tree on this dude. Why am I trying to get clever here? Works just fine, you know. Steal some of my experience, but that's better than screwing around and suiciding by injury mirror stab, you know. Let me think about this. Out of curiosity, what was that called? A Death Knight? About 80 hit points. Injury mirror. I wonder exactly how much damage gets reflected. Hurting attackers whenever damage is taken. I'm going to look this up. Oh, damn. That probably could have killed me, come to think of it. Causes monsters to suffer the damage they deal. If it's the actual damage and not a percentage, shit, I should be careful of that forever. I did that twice in one game. That's just dumb. That's kind of hilarious that they'll merge into petrified slimes. I'd forgotten that was even possible. Got a nice wand to scatter shot. Very useful. One of Ice Blast on the ground. Sadly, I need to drop a few more things. Drop this Robe of Fire Resist for the time being. Keep everything else, I guess. Gonna level before too long. 68% of the way there. Oh, right. Out of mana. Come on, metal walls. Hey, statue form is hungerless now. I will take it. Perhaps it's time to get ready to be a statue. Although I don't know if we even really need to yet. I guess I'll take Earth Magic to 10. While I think about next steps. Okay, first of all, I want Foul Clutch. I want to train Necromancy to like 5, I guess. Oh wow, we just got an 8% petrify. Always fun when that happens. My stabs are actually kind of weak, which is probably for the best, since if I had really went ham on them, I would have died to the injury mirror. I very well might not be capable of doing 100-some damage, considering it's taking me 3, 4, 5 hits to kill the merged slime creatures. Of course, they're petrified, you know. But so would be the Death Knight. Come on, dude. Alright, that's it. You've forced me to go on the tree plan. Ghouls are apparently just a little bit too tough. Down we go. This is kind of cool. Really easy LRD spot. It's really surprising how many areas of the game LRG just absolutely smashes through on account of the way this game generates areas, you know. Basically any hallway makes it an absolutely amazing spell. Whoa, dude. He came out of Petrify super fast. I see the D-missile dropped at some point. Alright, time to bail. So we're on Volts 3. I'm not really super interested in in doing all of Volts right now. I'd really like to get to Slime as soon as possible. And we just leveled up a second ago. So I'm going to test it here in a moment. Okay. Probably ought to go to a free or a safe floor before I take off my body armor. We're fine. Okay, Great Orb. 0%. Alright, that means that Ogre Mages also are at 0%. So we'll pop on Steam Dragon Scale. So we got our core, we got our cold. We're not quite immune to golden eyes, but we have a big fat stack of curing. So it's probably fine. pull this thing up. What am I doing? I never learned regen. Okay, up we go. A lot of damage possible here, so let's not take it. Got you up on one screen while playing DCSS on the other. Multitasking, I like it. Yeah, that can happen. Beware. Wow, I forgot, Azure Jellies have not so great MR. So you can petrify them. Sick. Man, should I even train on armed combat? Statue form almost seems superfluous on this character. I mean, I feel like he wants it more for the defense than actually punching things with it. I'd even consider learning Iron Shot on this dude, and in fact, I think I'm gonna. Which sounds weird, because obviously the cost on Conjuration is just outrageous. Take it to 5. But I mean, look at that. I mean, it's pretty good. It's killing blobs. And at least the conjurations will help with our irradiate anyway, so whatever. Although stat form's eventually going to be a thing we want mostly just for the RLEC. I mean, in addition to the real defenses AC and whatever, it's GDR. I mean, it feels so strange typically to try to use it for the purposes of defenses only. Since the one way you can still be attacking at a reasonable speed is literally with your fists. PVC this thing. Iron Shot it for the win. I guess Iron Shot feels strange on a Spriggan too, considering the aptitudes, but it's just the way the character is gone, you know? It's just the way it's worked out. In fact, we'll take that up to 6 at least. Oh shit. That is dissolution. That's a problem. Should I Vuln Para? Shit, we don't even have para on us, do we? Nope. Do this though. And this. If he doesn't pop out any floating eyes. Okay, so Dissolution is a very rare enemy who's probably tougher than TRJ in some ways. He can summon eyeballs and he can hit like a truck. The eyeballs he summons are typically these golden eyes, which can confuse you, which are slightly annoying if you don't have very much MR and extremely deadly if you have low MR. But then they can summon he can summon the floating eyes too, which will just paralyze you and then you'll die for sure. So that's a problem, but I have ways around it. I want to pull him up, honestly. I'd like to emulate here, but we have no, that's too much damage, we have to go up. Stupid. Gonna have to find another way down, but there is another way down, so that's good. Oh wait, I could have petrified him with Vuln. Probably good that I didn't though, since a Great Orb showed up. Bro, that was like 8 petrifies. Oh, 33%. Why was it 50% before? Did I hallucinate? Huh. Okay, here's our buddy. 8% chance to petrify. Let's go ahead and burn the Vuln. Can always cancel it off if need be. We've got 50% now. Okay, he summoned a Draining Eye, that's no problem. Okay. Oh, confused. Drink Curing. Stab, 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 stab. Got him. The Vuln, of course, was a problem with the Golden Eye, since that makes him more likely to reduce my, or sorry, confuse me. Let's train dodging to 20. Okay, so without the MR/2, this thing cannot paralyze me. I'll just Iron Shot him. Get him out of the way. Spire kills the blob all on its own. That's always amazing to see. Down into Slime 5 we go. Oh, 0% chance to petrify. I forgot the blobs actually have pretty amazing MR. Come back for that second blob. Don't want to fight too many at once. Now we have a ton of slime creatures coming at me, so let's just look for a different staircase. We've been very fortunate with staircases today. Stabs. Unarmed combat troll finds D4 plus 8 hand axe of speed and Arlek. I don't know, man. That's pretty good, but so is being a troll, you know. You could use it for a little while, but I hesitate to say that it'll be useful for long. The base damage on your claws probably already outstrips the anything a hand axe could do. Something flaming, that would be helpful. Yeah, you kind of end up having to use a lot of wands or perhaps throwing. I mean, don't forget though, you can just like pop on a mace and generally slap them to death. It's just the big issue is that you don't have very much in the way of defenses. So it tends to be dangerous for you to do it even if you do have an appropriate weapon. So, I mean, I would advise you to use wands or ranged rather than trying to do it with a mace. Let's pull these up, tab them. Shining eye. Let's pull this stuff up. Wow, the rare 3 downstairs slime 4. Can't complain. Almost never happens. Try to get these stabs. Okay, so we're just like pulling up anything dangerous and taking it out one at a time, kind of par for the course for slime, to be honest. Although you see how quickly the blob can actually do some work on me. Something like 40 damage to me, and that was also not even taking into account the fact that I have Guardian Spirit absorbing some of that. But one by one, we're clearing the blobs off this floor, and that's what we want. We don't want to have to deal with ads when it comes time to fight TRJ. To be honest, I'm surprised TRJ hasn't reared his ugly head to interfere, and there he is. Running out of rations. Why don't we call a merchant? Food Emporium. There's no others for sale. Not sure why we're running out of rations so quickly. I mean, we have no spell hunger anymore, but whatever. Gozag solves that problem. Really wouldn't be much of a problem, to be honest. I mean, we had 5 left, and that goes a long way. On a Spriggan, you have slow metabolism. I think I'm pressing 5 a few too many times when I rest. For some reason. Kind of a bad habit. Here's our boy. Okay, let's take him. Oh, we only have 1 scroll of immolation. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I'll have to do. Shit, what am I doing here? I didn't think this through. Oh. I don't have torment. Obviously, I didn't want to melee him on this character. I mean, D2 Okawaru Alter and Statform UC Troll are not really mutually exclusive, you know? So yeah, go Oka. Oka on a Troll is amazing. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. We're going to Phantom Mirror his ass. Now it's immolate time. Bye-bye. Have fun, guys. Goodbye. Goodbye. Guess I can clean some of these guys up. You know, I use no resources. How cool is that? That was a no resource TRJ fight. Feels like victory. Well, arrows. But that's not really, doesn't count. TRJ Concord. Oh, this is annoying. I'm gonna have to use resources on this guy. Well, actually, no, I'm not. Just a file, which is not really a resource if you think about it. In we go. I need this blob dead. Crap. My mana. Yeah, it's a renewable resource. Bruh moment. Did you just give me frail as soon as I came down the stairs on a Spriggan? Talk about a bruh moment. I don't even know what a bruh moment is, but I know that's one of them. Now let's get this stuff. All this tasty loot. Bad times ahead. No, we'll drink that off. We have 3 mutation, which is not a lot, but we can always try for potion shops if things get truly dire. Manual of axes, how cute. Ignition and shatter now available. MR plus stat stick, okay, with int on it. That's good. We'll pick that up, I guess. Book with some spells I don't care about. Amazing ring with our core. That's a swappable. Alright, we got some stuff. Nothing really game changing, but it's not bad. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is drop these Steam Dragon scales. I wonder, I guess I could drop positive energy. Because I can have positive energy from staff form. So what we do is grab the Profire ring, giving us all the resistances we need. Our neg and our elec will come from staff form. And then our body armor should be something with int on it, if such a thing exists. Or arc magi, that'd be good. Technically we're still vulnerable to like an ancient lich, and I think probably a regular lich too. Yeah, 2%. I want body armor. I definitely don't want boy armor. I don't know what that is, but it doesn't sound very good. Purchase this robe. There's a robe on the ground in slime. I guess we'll take a quick look. Robe of Resistance, I mean, okay. It's, I mean, it's the best robe out of all the robes, but no Arc Magi. I wonder. If I were to just wear the Steam Dragon scales, I guess everything's still castable, so I mean that gives me some AC even when I'm not in stat form, so I suppose I will take it, right? Let's remove the curse on this long blade in case I need to pop it on. Although that makes me wonder, can I still cast things in Quicksilver? Yeah, pretty much. Not Iron Shot really, but okay, we'd rather do this because this makes us immune to liches and whatnot and gives us more AC, to be honest. And if I really need to cast Iron Shot, I can always just go, I can go staff form for that actually. Buckler of Viam, +3 dex. Rather have the RC, thank you very much. Yeah, Crypt Loot is something I'm definitely considering. With LRD, it's reasonably free. As long as I remember not to stab any injury mirror bros. Wow, bunch of free kills there. To be honest, let's just drop this Morning Star. Let's go stat form, start punching things. I murdered a sleeping family. Hardwood, that is a very strange family. That was like 5 Yaktars and just a regular man. So if that group was interbreeding, I have some questions. Questions I don't even know if I want answered, to be honest. Maybe. What's my fail rate on Vial Clutch? 1%. Get regen on and just punch this stuff. Our unarmed combat still blows, but we're going to make it work. Our 7 strength stat form here. But hey, when I'm in stat form, the Iron Shot's castable, since it technically takes my armor off. I killed my first man when I was 8 years old. Yeah, me too. Some real Game of Thrones stuff here. Alright guys. Putting the mark on me. Who do you think I am? Trying to keep this Convoker alive. He's going to be our pal. Well, he just keeps summoning stuff, though. So we're going to have a bro moment here. I can't stop saying that. I need to kill this Etten. Use the lightning rod to guarantee a kill on basically everything. Are you summoning more stuff? Alright, I've had it. We're going to teleport. We're still marked. So we'll end transformation so we're still moving fast. Turn on regen and just kind of stroll on over to the staircase. Training an awful lot of things, but all of these have a training target that should be reached pretty soon. And unarmed combat's the only thing that doesn't have a training target, so we're going to train that pretty heavy and good. So we can do some serious damage. I'm going to assume that's a different Convoker. That one too. Alright, that's it. We have... Well, I was going to say we have LRD to kill these guys, and then I ran out of mana. It's a very rambunctious shapeshifter. Also, let's drop Tomahawks of Dispersal. They're not that useful. They are in the early game, but really shouldn't need them for the rest of the game. Do I have Cleave or something? No, only Axes get that. I am casting Borgnor's Vile Clutch, which is basically like a spell that dumps zombie hands on your enemies. So when I do this right here, you see the little green symbol, they're taking damage over time. And then I have this spell called Irradiate, which is this thing, which is essentially like a big nuclear blast around me. I can only cast it a few times, or else I get irradiated, or, well, I get what's called Glow, which ultimately ends up mutating me. It does a ton of damage, though, this spell, so... I mean, there's a reason why it's limited in how many times you can use it in a row. before bad things start happening to you. This has got to be the whole floor. Let's pull this guy up. Mark down that there is a friend on this floor. I wish I could stand in the middle of a few nuclear blasts without getting mutated. Yeah, me too. It's a useful skill. I should check that scarf. Because right now I'm wearing a cloak of our poise, which of course in statue form, a bit meaningless. Since statues are immune to poison anyway. Oh, absolutely, Alf. You'll get BVC online long before you get statue form online. Basically, anything that can be BVC'd should be BVC'd because it in addition to doing the damage over time, it nerfs the hell out of their evasion. So you are virtually guaranteed to hit things. This is like one of the major reasons why BVC is like, it's by far the most broken spell in this game. Just like really, really, really strong. Have you stopped playing Darkest Dungeon? Pretty much. I found the game to be really, really tedious. I mean, it's like, it's unfortunate because there are so many cool things about that game, but once you've played it for an hour, you've pretty much seen everything it has to offer, which is, I don't know, it seemed very disappointing to me, since it, like, the promise of the game was good. I don't know how else to put this. Tons of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think you could, if you just like ripped out all of the garbage, you know, farming sort of grinding mechanics to it, because I mean the core concept of the game, a game where your dudes are expendable and you don't care too much about throwing them away and getting new dudes, is actually really, really interesting. But the way they implemented that, to where like your dudes are expendable, they die at any moment because crits happen, it's RNG fine. But the punishment is that you have to play this game for another 30 hours. That doesn't feel good. You know, you want to put things in your game that feel real good for the player. It doesn't have to be like a power fantasy, but it should feel good to play. And for my sake, I can't speak for anybody else, but for my sake, in the end, I don't think Darkest Dungeon feels very good to play. Oh, it is a Scarf of Resistance. We'll use that. Have you tried Overlord? I have not. Well, it's kind of a twofold problem. Like, I think Darkest Dungeon would be totally fine, like, if there was the bullshit RNG in the game. I'm totally cool with that. I just don't want the punishment for getting RNG down to be like another 34 hours of grinding, you know? There are compositions you can take to avoid getting critted, that's true, although in the worst of the scenarios, it's not totally avoidable. Like, I mean, if you get surprised by one of those big ogre dudes, which doesn't really happen that much when you're in full light, but still, you know, if he gets the first, let's say he happens to get the first attack, although I guess that doesn't, even when you're surprised, it doesn't nerf your speed, so that shouldn't happen with certain compos, but I don't know. I don't know. It's questionable. I know they can do like 90 damage on their crits, so there's not a whole lot. Plague Doctor is way too good, that's true. Okay, so we're going to be cheesing a Radiate here. I think I'm going to go ahead and do Vaults 5. We have we have an awful lot of resources. We got 7 blinking, 7 haste, 12,000 gold. Yeah, it's Marjorie, but we have RF++ in statue form, no less, so not much to worry about, really. All the boring hallway resetting, stalling for heal stress healing, etc. Absolutely. For me, it was partially that, but it was also the fact that, like, it's just each week it's the same damn thing over and over. And no, it's not so simple to just remove all the crap from Darkest Dungeon. I've talked to my buddy Tone about this. He's really into roguelites and card games and stuff. And yeah, I mean, it is built into the game on a level that it's designed around it. But we had this long conversation in the roguelites Discord that I run, and the way I determined it, and I'm sure he doesn't necessarily agree with me about all of it, but the way I determined it is, like, if you wanted to make Darkest Dungeon really good and not quite such a grind, what you would do, and these are just some of the things you'd do. I mean, I think almost every single mission should be a boss fight. You know, that's to start with. So wildly advance the speed at which you get gold, the speed at which you level up. You know, your dudes should pretty much always level at least once, you know, maybe even twice every single mission. Make all the camping skills available immediately. That was just a silly grind. I don't know, like having the ability to instantly add and remove quirks rather than having to wait a week if you've got the goal to do so, that would be good. Stress automatically heals between missions, although at that point you're kind of screwing with a core mechanic, so I don't know about that. Probably your weapons and armor automatically upgrade as your dude levels up. Like, there are so many little things in Darkest Dungeon that force an unnecessary grind. You know, simply giving all the skills, all the camping skills, all the combat skills, all the weapons and armors without making you pay money for it, that alone would alleviate a lot of the problem. But I don't think it would fix all of it. Sure, that's true, Hardwood, but I'm saying that, I mean, I don't think the player gets a lot out of the non-boss missions in terms of it's just, like, not all that interesting. I mean, just advance the plot with every single mission. There's enough. I mean, that game, it really is built around the grind. Like, think about the fact that there's 3 versions of the same damn boss for every fucking boss. Excuse my French, sorry about the language, but like it's frustrating the fact that, like, oh, well, we're just going to use the same sprite and make the mechanics of the fight a little bit harder, but it's like the same mechanics, it's just the numbers are higher, which to me screams lazy design. I mean, you could literally cut a third of the game out, and you would be doing the game a service, I think, by doing that. Like, why do you have to fight the same damn necromancer 3 times? It's goofy, you know, or the same prophet or whatever. I mean, I don't know. It was interesting in its own way, but ultimately I think it contributed to the problem more than any good things that were coming out of it, you know. Just one man's opinion, though. I mean, it's very, very frustrating, though, to see a game fly so close to the sun and then burn its wings off. Because, I mean, I can't say enough good things about other aspects of the game. You know, like the... Hey, Irie, how you doing? Are you on a different account today? Ah, you set up your stuff to stream, I see. Thought I noticed something different about your name. It's awesome. I was just going on a bit of a rant about Darkest Dungeon. Why are you nervous about streaming? You've been on my stream. Seem to do okay. you could just be like me and be a mysterious person and not have a webcam. People don't seem to mind me not showing my mug. Daddy told us not to be ashamed of our streams. Especially since they got such a good viewership and all. Yeah, Hardwood. Well, my daddy taught me some other things, like how to get Hardwood to subscribe to you. Actually, he didn't teach me that. I hope that half the people watching have absolutely no idea what I'm quoting, or what we're quoting. Probably would be for the best. No, I understand Hardwood, that's cool. How was the early game? Well, Fames, a little awkward because, as you may or may not know, Spriggan has -2 aptitude in Ice, but then Spriggan also has -3 aptitude in Conjurations, and he also has -2 aptitude in Summonings. So if you look at the Book of Frost, pretty much makes you crap at everything except for Oz Armor, which why would you be casting Oz Armor? So we trained a lot of spellcasting. Honestly, the early game was really not that bad, because freeze is really strong even if you do have -2 aptitude, and the spellcasting was pretty decent, to be honest, to get a lot of mana and then pump up the spell power on our stuff just a bit. We found Gozag pretty quickly, if I recall correctly. The only ugly things that happened in the early game was that we did get a few early game priests, but we just kind of... First thing I did was get 5 stealth. Oh, Alpha. Didn't have to do that. Thanks, man. You're up to 45. That's a nice round number. But yeah, I mean, I trained stealth immediately just to avoid the priest problem, because 17 damage is quite a lot. But I don't recall anything else really threatening me. I did get this kind of asinine D2 vault that always has a priest in it, and almost walked right in. Having a subscription lets you do... it lets you use my Twitch channel specific emotes. It helps me continue to run the stream. How in the name of God did we just get tallied? It was, there's a Hell Knight with a Disto axe, and he's right here. Suppose I could be doing this little staircase instead to pull less things around me, but weirdly enough, I want more things around me because I, you know, irradiate. Plus, we've already pretty much cleared the landing. You have a little icon now too. That'll last for a month. Like, as long as you're subscribed, you get the little icon. The coolest thing about that is I took the time to I took the time to add one for the, you know, the 1 month, the 3 month, and so on and so forth. So as you're the longer you're subscribed to me, it'll actually change colors. So you get to level up your little well, I'm not going to call it a cacodemon for copyright purposes, but kind of looks like a cacodemon. Definitely not the one from Doom, though. I should name it that, should I? I don't think so. Dude, we've got absolutely no wardens so far. How cool is that? Let's pull this stuff up. Nice. Oh, the emoji. Oh, I see. No, I don't want to give people things to complain about, you know. I get where you're coming from, though. Oh, that's Jory. Jory scares me a good little bit. He could actually, if I were to try to go up, he could just LCS me twice for giga damage. So I think I'm inclined to silence. And then acid him. And then go up. Take a step. Clouds all this stuff. Now I can't cast, so radiate's not an option. But these guys can't really do anything to me either, so we're just gonna scatter shot his ass. Oh, he's in chainmail. That's not gonna work out too well. I'll do a box of beasts, and then we'll just swing on him. Bro moment. Bro moment indeed. Gotta check the damage on him. His name is Jory, not Corey. 3d37, 90, 700 411 damage. I don't know exactly how much hit points I have out of stat form. We're gonna go out of stat form. He hits me with melee for a lot. We're still silenced. He could LCS me for the kill now because he's out of the silence. So we're going to heal wounds, and I think that virtually guarantees that doesn't happen. 108, yeah, you can't do it now. Step away. Step away. He tries to LCS me, we deflect it. Couldn't have died. Have just enough hit points not to die. Okay, good, good. We have the door now. Can always close the door on his ass if he starts getting frisky. He had a heal wounds potion, what an asshole. Keep ice blasting him. And my Elder Shock Fire Beast tears his ass apart. I love it. That's very good. Hey, Ari, thanks for the follow. You absolutely get the potion if you kill him before he drinks the potion. So in the early game, it can be really frustrating when like something with very low hit points has a potion that you really want, and then he just like drinks it in front of you. I picture this orc just like looking at you with this shit-eating grin, like, yeah, that's right, I'm drinking your haste, bro. How do you like that? Which, I mean, it does identify haste for you, but that's just like, I picture like the biggest troll in the universe. It's like the actual troll face on the orc's face as he just takes a little sip of his can of Monster that speeds him up, you know, and then he mows his lawn. Kind of slipped into a meme there. Alright, I'm going to go down not in stat form, because I want to be fast. That's why I actually canceled stat form, is I wanted more fine control over my actions against Jory. Because of course, this thing can do 144 damage to me, which is a thing that we don't want to happen. So we're going to put a Spire here. I actually want to know what his book is, and we don't know. We don't know. Yeah, it is a lot of damage. We have a Guardian Spirit Amulet on right now, Hardwood, so if you add my health and my magic, that's my actual effective hit point pool. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk away from this. Okay, we know he has the Bolt of Draining book, which is not that dangerous as long as I'm in statue form, because I get our negative from that. Anyway, we teleported. We had already fought quite a bit. I'm not going to say that the floor is clear or anything like that. But it's not bad. Is there something like a pickaxe for digging? There's a formicid species. If you start as a formicid, you're like an Ant-Man and you can dig through the walls as much as you want. There is a dig wand, but that's a bit limited. I only have 14 charges. The rapid deconstruction spell used to let you endlessly dig through rocks very painstakingly, but it doesn't do that anymore. The 9th level spell Shatter Still lets you blow up basically, I guess, most of the rocks on the screen, but that's the highest level of magic, so most characters really don't get anywhere close to casting that. What were the Arc Magi? Now that is tempting. If I take off my Quicksilver Dragon Scale, am I immune to liches, ancient liches yet? No, I'm not. So we will not be doing that, but maybe later. It would be a way to avoid traps. Yeah. But not really a particularly feasible one. That's like dealing with like a cockroach infestation by using a nuclear bomb. It kind of creates other problems. Hey, look, it's Boris. Your favorite Russian lich. I always assume he's Russian based on the name. Let's BVC him, go back into stat form, which was failing, and punch his ass to death. Unarmed combat's finally rising to somewhat respectable levels. Soon we'll finish training dodging and evokes and be focusing just on UC. Now here's the funny thing, and not only do I want fine control over my actions against an Ancient Lich, I also want to be immune to his banish, so I don't want to be in stat form. Due to the fact that I have MR from my body armor, but at the same time, I want to be in stat form because I don't want Bolt of Draining to do giga damage to me. So what we're going to do is we're going to summon a forest. I'm going to use the Spire. God damn it, I forgot he has Haunt. I was going to say we'll just keep him away from us, but I'll tell you what, I'll go stat form. That way his minions don't do much to me. He can't banish me through my Spire. You can summon a whole forest. Well, it's a translocation spell in addition to being a summoning spell. So it's more like I'm teleporting a forest here from somewhere else. Well, that's annoying. What's the chance? It's hidden. What's the chance to defeat the MR, man? Look at how it's hiding. Oh wait, it's 2%. Okay. I wanted to know like how hard it was for me to turn her to stone. Let's just go up to her. Good candidate for Irradiate. Actually, you know what? Let's just go up. Goodbye, Marjorie. Goodbye, Marjorie's pack. Probably shouldn't be tabbing down here. Wait off the contam. Stat form, come back down. We're in mop-up mode now. I don't foresee the rest of Zop 5 really, excuse me, Vaults 5 causing us any problems. We just have to finish it up, you know. Wow, that is a big boy flail. Let's go up. Get the stab, petrify stabs on these guys. Go stat form, can't be flayed in stat form. Honestly, it's starting to look like it is starting to look like I am not going to need to do crypt. Bro. Don't think that you can summon crap on my head and then blink away. I just use the lightning rod. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty pumped about getting depths experience on this dude. If I am guessing right, I think we can just sort of tab through the whole damn thing in stat form. If I can get a little more UC by then. I think we're getting close to diesel, actually. And if anything goes wrong, I can just irradiate, so whatever. Got an acquirement. As always on Gozag, we want to acquire gold. 730, not bad. I'm thinking we no longer need the Dagger of Venom, to be honest. Or this Wizard, or this Arlec, or this Ring of Pro Cold. Clear out a lot of inventory space here. Oh, hey. What up, Lich? The sword had Alice on it. What is that? It's just my girlfriend, Alice. She's a cutie. I don't see an Alice anywhere. Alright, it said Slice. That is like Vorpal, like it just does extra damage to everything. Talking about this, right? Longsword of Tesseriv. It's got extra magic resistance. That's the main reason I'm holding it. Low resolution stream. Oh, I see. Do you have it turned low, or is that just happening for everyone? Oh, you have it low. Okay. Yeah, kind of hard to read the text. Wesley's been asking me when we finally get a little more work done on our own fork of this game. He wants me to change the font, which I am open to. Something a little more readable, perhaps. Reflect Amulet. Pretty happy with Guardian Spirit, I think. Just do Comic Sans. No. This version of the game should have Comic Sans for all the seriousness they have for it, you know. Alt 5 done. Wingdings is best. Very readable. Looking around at these artifacts for minus telly. No such luck. Hey, Shaman, how you doing? Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, I have, on one side of things, I have all the Euro people happy when I do these late night streams, and then I have everybody in my side of the world, you know, preferring that I would do it earlier. So it's like, it's hard to please everyone. A troll died to a pack of priests. That's no good, man. But that goes to show, like, trolls are not trolls are not invulnerable. You guys just have bad sleep schedules like me, then. Come on. Sustaining through this would be easier if I could cast Irradiate like a billion times, but sadly you only get 3 to 4 casts. I can tell this is a wide open kind of floor. But hey, BVC is broken as hell, so tear through everything. This is what I like to call the victory lap portion of the game, which is not to say that we couldn't die, but it's very hard to die on a character that's properly built at this point, usually. Not always, but usually. Found D1 troll leather, hit a shaft right after, dropped onto a D2 Gozag altar. So you're cheating is what you're saying. Sounds like some amazing luck. How suspicious. We don't call it that. Oh, my bad. Videos have taught me a lot. Ultraviolet 4 helped me get my first win, but you have helped me so much more on my way to greater player. Well, thanks, man. I am really glad that you have found it both useful and fun. Augmented success. That's cute. Well, we found Ring of Robustness. That's pretty great. I'm actually going to wear that instead of RF Plus because we already have RF Plus. And the first pip is the most important. So that gives us 8 more AC, which is honestly outrageous. Pretty great. This is a really interesting ring of the city. On a different character, even with the star slow, I might wear it for the Yamar, but wouldn't feel good about it, and I'm very glad we don't have to wear it on this guy. Okay, first of all, give me that acid. I think I'm gonna buy the mirror too. Sax boxes and to a lesser degree mirrors are really good in this game. Interesting amulet there, but I'm not really prepared to give up my guardian spirit. Maybe, well, no, just doesn't make sense. It's too much extra hit points. Especially on Gozag, where I can give myself more mana whenever I want, if Potion Petition works out. If you played for the King, it's kind of like Darkest Dungeon, but better, OpMo. Absolutely. I don't know why I said absolutely. I have not played that. I kind of like was reading your message and Irie's at the same time, and I got my answers mixed up. No, I haven't heard of that game. But if it's like Darkest Dungeon with less grind, I would be happy to check it out. But yes, Irie, I will help you. Just I mean, it's late, but I'll probably be dicking around after the stream, so just like hit me up on Discord and I'll see what I can do. No promises. Your system might hate might just hate streaming. I mean, I'll show you the way I do it, and we'll see if it's compatible with your setup. It should be fine, but there are some very wonky things that can happen. Although I think most of my problems came from the fact that I stream on a MacBook like a disgusting hipster. I was literally in a coffee shop working on a novel today on a MacBook, so I think it's probably time to put me in prison for being a terrible human being. See, I'm actually not like that hardwood. I bought the MacBook for a very specific computer science reason. So it just seems that way. That's Zhangxi. They can melee the hell out of me, but Irradiate puts a stop to that. No, it's all good, Hardwood, I know. Ooh, I'm so sensitive. Ah, stat form actually failed there. Oh, it's this vault. This hilarious vault, which we can just crush. Ordinarily, it's obnoxious as hell, but for this particular character, I have LRD at decent spell powers, so... Alright, so there's these damn statues everywhere, and they just cast Orb of Destruction on you. And so getting to them is just, like, horrible, usually. Let's get Strength. Used to have a monthly mood cycle, too. Was he perhaps a low testosterone type fellow? Because that tends to cause moodiness as a physiological, I mean, this is not an opinion, this is actually a fact about hormones. Like, if you're a low testosterone guy, you'll tend to be very moody. I don't necessarily mean, like, angry, because obviously doing steroids or something and getting to be high T can turn you into a person who has rage outs, but I just mean, like, moody. You know, I've met a lot of guys like that, people who don't lift, bad diets. How can I know how much testosterone my housemate had? You can actually tell by looking at people. I mean, obviously it's not a very scientific test, but, you know, believe it or not, it is a thing you can kind of guess at, not the number, but if somebody has, like, really soft features, they probably are low T. Oh, this is kind of dumb. I'm going to burn a blink. There's actually a good amount of damage possibly here. I'm going to end my transformation. More fine control over my movement. There's just a lot of iron shot and crap available to... I mean, LCS from the Draconian, iron shot from Frederick here. Show me how to look at men sometime. This is a skill that you must learn, my son. I personally am an expert at looking at men. Don't challenge my expertise. That's pretty good. Alright. Whoops, I just like fat fingered the keyboard. I meant to BVC this dude. And then punch him in the face. Frederick's dead. The Draconian's dead. Still an Annihilator. In case you haven't noticed, the theme of this vault is that there's wizards. It's just a wizard vault. And if I recall correctly, the loot sucks, so I probably should just be skipping it. But on the other hand, I just found a scroll of acquirements, so what do I know? Nothing at all. 590 gold. Hey, why don't I just, well, close the door, wait a little bit. I knew he was coming. Stupid fires. Barotato did not just crash, Alf, and I can tell you why I know that. I am playing on Barotato right now. So, you are physically watching with your own eyeballs Barotato functioning. Although I guess it could be breaking in such a way that only some people are suffering. So, that has happened before. Alright, we got big piles of gold from this vault, so I officially feel fine about having spent time doing it. Imagine how annoying this would be, though, if I couldn't just LRD the statues at full range. You know, and having to deal with statues that, like, rapid-fire machine gun orb of destruction at you. Why are there crosses everywhere on the ground? That is what's known as an exclusion, Odysseus. There is, basically this area automatically as part of the dungeon spawns fire clouds everywhere. And so these things prevent your character from auto-exploring into them when you press the O button, or the O key. And then if you if you try to walk into them, it'll warn you, like, boop, it'll say really walk into a travel excluded area, and you have to press Y if you want to go in. So it's just like a courtesy. And I could also place exclusions manually if I want to. Here's a big one, here's a single one. There are reasons to do that so that you don't wander into some big nasty thing that you just can't safely kill yet. Alright, bro. What's this ghost like? He's got LRT. Yeah, some people play the whole game without auto-exploring at all. But I mean, yes, that's pretty much true. In most games, I would say. Let's go stat for him. I know that he can shatter me, but whatever. That's a design decision I'm not a fan of. DCSS would be pretty unplayable without auto-explore if you ask me. I mean, I get where you're coming from, and I understand it, but I don't think DCSS is designed in such a way that it would be not horribly tedious. Okay, let's just punch him, actually. Got the acid debuff on him. Killed the whole vault, except for the statue, which we will proceed to contam to death, or irradiate to death. It's quite hard in general to design a roguelike game without tedium. Yeah, that is the quandary, isn't it? That is perhaps the quintessential issue. If you figure something out, let me know. Because, I mean, part of the problem is that you actually need some tedium, you know? Because if every single fight requires a deep thonk, the player doesn't get a rest at all. Which, you know, maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, I don't know, but it feels like, is your player having a good time without a moment of respite, you know? I would say that DCSS probably has a little too much of that in it, but it only looks like that when you watch me play because I build my characters in such a way that that's possible. I despaired about this, so I went to play roguelites or games with roguelike elements, and that may very well be the only way to make it happen. You know? I don't know. Why am I trying to freaking petrify at 8% because I'm a genius? Just gonna leave. I'm only in here because I want his horn. I want to grab this man's horn. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Want the horn of Geryon. Hello, Comrade Gary. It's not a Hellhorn get yet. His horn is a very unique item, can't get it anywhere else. And what it does is if you have good evocations, or even if you don't, it will summon these Hellbeast dudes for you. And as you can see, they're whooping my ass, so they're quite nice to have on your side. They also shove dudes around. Let's get it right now. And you know what? I'm going to use it. Boom. Oh my god. I'm getting owned. Holy shit. I'm getting owned an awful lot. An awful lot for having 44 AC and 34 EV. I don't know what you think you're doing, guys. Hey, Culture, thanks for the follow. I think we have to blink, actually. It's kind of lame, but... Oh, nice smite, bruh. Bruh moment. Okay, let's, Dude, let's just use Potion Petition. That's a free haste. Okay. We have a lot of digging. So we make a kill hole. We cast regen, which we should have done a long time ago. Also, I just realized I have frails still. I never would you believe that I never turned that off? How about we do that now? Now we have -2 int. I guess I'll take that instead. That was a bit of a fault. Alright, so now we have to do what I really don't like doing. Not because it's like dangerous or anything, but just because it's tedious, which is we probably have to fight most of the vestibule. Or maybe I can just walk to the exit. Hell, I'll even kill some more things. Actually, I just want that gold now. Feeling stingy after getting dabbed on there. Well, I am greedy, Hardwood. I'm worshiping Gozag, so that's the god of wealth and greed. So all right, let's go chill out on the depths some more. You hear coins being counted. I love to see bazaars on Gozag characters. It means I can buy everything in there if I'm so inclined. Always good. I just have to get there in time, which should be easy. We'll just kick some ass here. Make probably a little too much noise, pulling a bunch of the floor to me. Hey, buddy. I think you got the wrong door. The floating eye club's 2 blocks down. We'll fear that floating eye. I have no other reasonable way to deal with him. 6K for depths and 6K for Zot. Forgot the dungeon on the way up. I know I'm not in staff form. This is lame, dude. I just want to make it to the bazaar, and I don't even know where it is. could be over here, but it's more likely to be in the top left. So let's go over here. If I miss that bazaar, I'm going to be real sad. This is it, there's gold. Just go in. Run over and see all of the things. Smoking buckler. Check that out first. Alright, Alf, thanks for coming by, man. Thanks for the gift sub. I'm sure Odysseus slash Hardwood appreciates it too. Okay, we don't need that buckler, even though it's the buckler of fashionability, so I'm sure it looks quite good. Teleport, teleport, fear. More fear. There's an acquirement, but it's very expensive. I'm going to buy it anyway. I'm not going to roll the dice on gold, though. Well, should I? It's probably silly. Gold acquirement. Noticed I have a spectator here. Yeah, so this is like, I'd have to roll really well. Really, really well. Hey, thanks for the bits, Comrade Gary. It's awesome. It's just at the threshold too to see the best alert. The best alert of all time. I'm gonna get a book. I know that's weird, but Necronomicon? Well, I was hoping for Malign Gateway, but no, none of this is really castable. Alright, it was a Hail Mary. I'm not gonna spend on Scroll of Blink. We already have a ton. And we're at the point in the game where it's not that important. I am going to buy this Papyrus book, though. Whoa, hey, that had Malign Gateway. Bruh moment, okay. Everything is a bruh moment, just so you know. Alright, that's great. What shall I... Well, amnesia off apportation, that's just like a convenience thing usually. Amnesia off passage. Won't be usable in Zot. Memorize Malign Gateway. UC goes to 13 and stays there. And now, change summonings to 10. We're going to have Malign Gateway for Zot, that's sick. Things get tedious when you start feeling safe in roguelikes. That's why I usually only watch you playing early game, and later make your stream audio only. Could they not make it that way all the way to Zoot? I know you meant Zot. So there are always monsters better not to fight with at all at any point of the game, or make resources more limited, I don't know. Well, they could. I tend to agree with you that the game is more interesting in the early game, but part of the reason it's more interesting is that it's vaguely RNG bullshit. I mean, which is not to say that most deaths in the early game aren't the player's fault. They still are. Some of them are not. And a lot of what makes the early game so interesting is the fact that you really could die at any moment if you make even the slightest mistake, or maybe even if you don't. You could certainly make a game that lasts, you know, the entire game like that. In fact, essentially that exists in the form of MUMO, I guess. MUMO Challenge. And as various people in the chat are saying, you know, unless you're essentially like a robot programmed to win crawl games, the game does remain dangerous for most of the game. The only reason that I'm able to make it look so simple and consistent in the mid and late game is it's just really two reasons. Number one is like I tend to know the best thing to do in any given situation if I'm in trouble. I tend to know how to avoid getting into trouble in the first place, and I tend to know how to build my characters so that he doesn't get in trouble even if I were to make a big mistake. So when you combine all that, you do end up with, and I'm not really contradicting you because I think you're right, you end up with a game that seems very safe. So I don't blame you at all for preferring the early game. In fact, I think you're pretty much, I think that most people probably prefer to see me on D1 through D3. I'm sure that's probably when it sounds like I'm, suffering the most, so to speak, having the hardest time with decisions, because that, I mean, yeah, you're right, you absolutely can just die. So I don't know. I mean, maybe tune in for a MuMo challenge if I do that anytime soon again, because I think it basically remains the same the whole game. You're calculating percentage chances in the middle of combat that other time. Well, yeah, NGMat, that's the other side of the coin, is like if you want to learn about how to play this game well so that you don't die in the late game, I mean, yeah, that's a good resource, I would say, because I mean, I've put a lot of thought into how to make it happen. I have this friend who's really, really good actually at DCSS. I mean, he's been getting into streaking lately, but he keeps dying in Zot. But I mean, realistically, if you get to Zot, you've pretty much won the game for the most part, usually. So it kind of goes to show that there's like there are different sets of skills, throughout different parts of the game. And if you don't have every single different set, you end up falling on your face at some point. I don't know what all's in this vault. I see it had hydras. I see this is like snakes, nagas. Not really getting the theme yet. Is it S-branched themed, perhaps? Okay, now this is fire. Elements, maybe? Poison, fire, water. Alright, it's just different rooms filled with various types of monsters, themed monsters. That was like an undead theme. This is cold. Dude, do I have Immolate? I wish I had Immolate. This is a lot of crap. Thankfully I have VSEE at my side so I can essentially cheat through it. Okay, first of all, let's turn Immolation back on. I would like to pick it up every time I see it. Second of all, let's finish this wacky vault, which I don't think I've ever seen in my life. T-Lokes to 20. It's actually much cheaper than summonings. Summonings cost 18.4, translocations cost 11.5, despite being significantly higher, just because of my aptitude, Yeah, Hardwood, that's a thing that the really hardcore nerds, roguelike enthusiast guys just hate, the idea of progression that happens in between runs, even if you lose. Personally, I think that's neat. It does make it a roguelite, I suppose, but one of my favorite games of all time was this old PlayStation game called Azure Dreams. Now, I played it when I was much younger, and in the game, you can get like 8 girlfriends at the same time, one of which is your rival's sister. So, it really was a formative experience playing that game. It taught me everything I needed to know about relationships. But also, on a more serious note, the mechanics were awesome, because it was like this tower where there were like these Pokemon monsters in there, basically. And every time you went in the tower, you go back to level 1, but your little monsters don't. So, you could come in there with good items, I think. But, you know, you were just a wimpy guy every time you rolled in. It's a lot of fun. All right, I was going to do something and then I got to talking. Completely forgot what I was going to do. I was going to grab MO. They put XCOM on the PlayStation? Like the DOS game XCOM? There was a copy of that for the PlayStation? Wow. I guess they put, didn't they put Diablo on the PlayStation too? And StarCraft even? It's really strange games to put on a console, in my opinion. Diablo's on everything, yeah, I guess so. Does it play Doom though? You can even play Diablo on a phone? It should be on everything. What a sweet game. All these games, XCOM included, are really cool, you know. Alright, let's soon you will be able to play Diablo Immortal on a phone. Don't you guys have phones? I made a meme actually about that. So the guy says it, and then I just added the Larry David, like the do-do-do-do-do-do-do afterwards, and a picture of the stock, the Blizzard Activision stock dropping like 30% It's like, gee, it's almost like being known as a game company and then making crappy phone games and then insulting your audience is a bad idea. What a shocker. It's almost like copying some crappy Chinese mobile game and pretending that it's original, you know. Well, actually, I shouldn't even say crappy Chinese mobile game. Maybe it was a good game. Who knows? But I know that a AAA studio probably shouldn't be copying random existing games. Can you post a dump? Absolutely, Dinky. Hold on a second. Okay, that should work. Well, Shaman, you gotta, I'm sure you probably know the history. You know, the only reason Blizzard was ever good, in my opinion, is that they had those Blizzard North guys like Bill Roper to build them good games, despite, you know, being controlled by the suits, so to speak. And then they got rid of all those guys, or I don't know exactly what happened, but those guys don't work there anymore, and now we've got the likes of Chris Metzen controlling the story direction of everything. So, you know, StarCraft, for example, went from being this kick-ass, super gritty, you know, almost Warhammer-esque, you know, Raynor ends the game saying he's going to murder Kerrigan the next time he sees her. It goes from that to like this absolutely dumbass, like horrible cliche Hollywood love story bullshit. You know, they retconned all the interesting parts of the story. They treated the original voice actress for Kerrigan like absolute shit, so they could hire who's that broad, Tricia Helfer, who, I mean, I don't have anything against her, but she's like flavor of the month, you know, popular sci-fi lady, you know, supermodel type. And I'm not making this up, by the way. They actually brought the chick who played the original, voice acted the Kerrigan in the original StarCraft, into the office, and then they just didn't call her back. it's like I preferred the old voice more. But I guess what I'm saying is they just made like a series of comical errors and took a gigantic unruly poop all over my childhood. You know, just like a particularly spirited and jovial dump into the casket of my childhood, and I wasn't a big fan of that in general. Was it a money thing? Is that what it was? Found a new rant topic. See, I hadn't heard that, Hardwood. Are you telling me that Tricia Helfer didn't charge 6 figures? I mean, damn, dude, pay the fee. They can afford it. They could probably buy a small country with the money they made out of World of Warcraft. What's the problem here? Okay, first of all, I don't want to be constricted anymore. Second of all, I want stat form back. Third, I'm going to use my horn. And my horn's going to beat the hell out of Zutahua here. Yeah, Warcraft 3 was amazing. StarCraft Brood War was amazing. I have very serious complaints about StarCraft 2. I honestly, and this is probably going to sound bad, I honestly hope they never make a sequel to Warcraft 3. You know, because they'll screw it up. I promise you. Steals your creeps, drinks your beer before wind walking away. Oh man, what a fun game that was. I do think the world has become kind of obsessed with, I mean, especially with movies, remakes and sequels and things like that, and nobody knows enough to let sleeping dogs lie, so to speak. I mean, everybody just wants more crap, and so you end up making something that does nothing but make the original look worse. You know, it's a way to sell nostalgia, exactly. You know, when I found out they were remaking Blade Runner, for example, I was very I just knew it would be crap. I mean, and that movie was a lot better than I expected it to be, but it had lost, I think, what made the original so good. You know, that's an example of a remake or a sequel to an ancient movie that wasn't completely miserable. You know, and honestly, I think that's about the best they can do. That's actually literally the best one I can think of. It's like the best thing I can say about it is, well, as a standalone movie, it was all right. But I've never once seen them do this and have it turn out to be, you know, better or even as good. Yeah, they didn't completely screw up the Blade Runner sequel. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the best thing I can say about it. But like in literally every other case, I think I can't say that. You know, and some of them are like comically bad. Like what was that? The Total Recall remake. Did anybody even see that? I mean, I think I saw some of it. It was enough to be done. What's this now? Pride Saba? What's a Saba? I don't. You know what? I don't want to know what a Saba is. How you doing, DK Growth? I see that I've streamed so late that the Euros have woken up. Sailor Moon remake was better than the original. I will not judge you for that, because I never saw it, so you may very well be right. The Dread remake was much better. All right, that was okay. I'll give you that one. That was actually okay. I had forgotten about that. Did they honestly, I don't even remember. Did they have the weird psychic stuff in the original Blade Runner? I mean, I don't know. It depends what you mean by better, because the original Blade Runner was just like unashamedly stupid camp, you know, and that was really pleasant in certain ways, you know. Um, just like Sylvester Stallone's awful delivery of lines, like purposefully awful. I mean, that was part of the appeal. So I would agree with you that that the remake was actually a better movie, probably, than the original in terms of like the by the book ways to make a movie. But I mean, the original Blade Runner was like so bad it's good type. Am I saying Blade Runner? I meant to say Dread. I've been playing this game too long, guys. Everything in the last 5 minutes I was talking about the original Judge Dredd. No, the original Blade Runner was not bad at all, really. Although a lot of people hated that movie when it first came out. Probably because the original release was kind of foobarred. Like nowadays, the director's cut or whatever is out. But back then, when it came out in theaters, I want to say that they did this version where there were these awful voiceovers where you heard the main character Harrison Ford sort of thinking out loud, and it was like the goal was for it to sound sort of like noir type you know, like, oh, I'm a hard-boiled detective, blah blah blah, but the lines were just stupid, and so Harrison Ford said them as like terrible, like phone it in, mail it in type line delivery as possible. And if you want to see something funny, just like Google Blade Runner original voiceovers, and it's just like Harrison Ford screwing around because he didn't want them to use the takes, and then they actually use them. And yeah, I imagine in that version of the movie, it was, you know, seeing that in theaters, you're like, what is this crap, you know? All right, what is going on? There's a lot of stuff happening in this vault. I think we can stat form and kill all this. I'm gonna MO. Guess I should probably check the ghost first, huh? No, he just has disto. That's fine. Damn it! Don't tell me. Sucks. Good. We got Berserkitis though. That's not good. We'll just live with it for the moment. Alright, disto. I've decided I hate disto ghosts. They were always annoying. But in this particular case, even locked behind a door, having to actually fight him is a bit painful. Let's hazard him. Actually, you know what? Let's use that horn. And the box devours my Hell Beast and transformation. Just going to use allies to take him out. Because it's like he's very hard to kill. Not like dangerous, but he just is very defensive, like all ghosts, you know. So the disto has an increasingly, you know, the more times he hits you, the more chances he has to just like send you to the abyss and make you farm for an exit. Are you kidding me, dude? You know what I'm going to do is you're going to get ice blasted. This dude is like unkillable. Hold on a minute. Yeah, look at that full AC, full EV almost. I mean, this dude is This dude left a tough as nails kind of ghost. Resistant to fire and steam, immune to poison, cold, negative energy. Not resistant to elec. So why am I not using Aspire? Probably because I'm out of mana. You've got to be kidding me. Finally, we used 1 billion resources. Let's see if it's worth it. There's a cloak in here. Get that apport so I can pull things out of this nasty cloud pile. We got a bunch of potions and mutations. I'd say it's already worth it. And haste. So I'm cool with it. Cloak I don't need. Mutation we'll go ahead and use. Cool. Resistant to further mutations, and we don't have Berserk anymore. Awesome. Alright, let's... Wow, okay. Quite an entrance. I guess it's just draconians, but still. How many magic mappings do we have? Only 3. So we'll just try to clear the way. Oh, oops. Making a bit of noise with this irradiate. Oh, whoa, whoa, okay. Two of them. Oh, I see, okay. We got this wacky lava vault. This just kind of spawns orbs of fire on your ass, unfortunately. So I tell you what we do. Is this. We're going to haste. I think there's 3 actually, come to think of it. Going to agi. We're going to... Do we have resist? We don't have resist. That's fine. We're going to might. This will be okay. I think we can punch through this. I could also throw an acid on this dude, but I don't think it's necessary. Let's just punch him. D-Missile will help us take less damage too. Hang on. What's the matter, NG-Matt? No, sorry. I said that. I knew somebody was going to think I said that. I just kind of phrased that badly. That would be hilarious, and I totally endorse the creation of such a vault. No, yeah, no, that's my bad. I knew I said that weird. It dumps out 3. It just spawns them manually, basically. Very rarely will you get orbs of fire naturally on a Zot floor that's not Zot 5, but this is a special vault that places 3 of them, is what I was trying to say. The Brave web browser is it is actually Chromium based, which is Chrome except without all the Google spyware and crap. And then Brave has a bunch of ad blocking stuff tacked onto it and some cryptocurrency stuff that I could explain to you if you are interested, and some other stuff. So if Chrome supports something, Brave will support that same thing. So I assume so. I mean, generally apps will always work in Brave. Chromium does not have Wine by default. Then I don't know. You might have to test that. That's not something I use, so maybe. Although the Brave team is really responsive on like Twitter and on their various modes of contact. So if this was something you wanted and it doesn't exist, and it very well might exist, but if it doesn't, you might send them a message about it. Alright, buddy. Heal wounds. Okay, we got the kill. I probably should have irradiated to kill those orbs of fire. Believe it or not, it works really well against them. We only got Dex as a mutation, so that's good at least. I'm going to go kill the third orb of fire. See, we have a toe. Maybe it only spawns 2. Alright, that's fine. I just didn't want to leave an orb of fire so close to my path of escape, so to speak. Dude, imagine a lava, like just a pool of lava that really did indefinitely spawn orbs of fire. That'd be hilarious. Probably a little bit cruel, but especially if they didn't give experience. Maybe even if they did. Okay, let's just irradiate this stuff to death. Got a little contam. D-missile back up. Nice. Time for Zot 4. This one we're going to full clear. Because we may need a place to run on Zot 5. This is looking like a lot of crap. We have 5 clouds. I'm fine with using one here. That kind of helps. I want to kill this Annihilator. He was spooking me a bit. Oh, there's just never ending. How about we use our horn? We have 15 evos, so it's quite nice. You notice we've gotten at least two Hellbeasts that were allied every time, and we got 3 that time, which is just very strong. I like how they look like dudes throwing a rave or something. The Hellbeasts are very pleased with themselves. Smashing through Cursed Toes feels good. Dude, what am I doing? Why am I even fighting? Why am I not just casting Malign Gateway and walking away? What is happening? Why am I berserked? Oh, derp. There is a Moth of Wrath. It's very bad, as we could be paralyzed. But it's not really likely, because we're in staff form, although I should probably... Okay, good, no para. Could be bad, because the freaking purple Draconians could, of course, breathe the statue form off. So we're going to make some boys. We get a hostile this time, unfortunately. Nice. That was a little bit brutal. Elec gatito. Isn't gatito the word for cat? Gatito is kitten. Oh yeah. So where's the electric? Who's this electric cat? Oh, he's a dragon, I see. I never really thought of dragons as cats before. Although I always thought I was talking about this with Doesn't He the other day. I was thinking that electric dragon, storm dragon should have a different tile, like maybe the Bai Susan style, like Asian dragon, since they are speed 12, unlike every other dragon in the game. So there should be like a visual indicator of this. Okay. We have a friend to collect. Okay, just kidding. Gotta deal with this first. Double, just kidding. My my tentacle just dealt with it for me. Okay, here's my buddy. We attended the same fraternity in college, and now I'm catching up with him. They're taking long and nuking this possibility. Yeah, I guess they are. I mean, on the other hand, I mean, I'm playing in 0.23, not trunk. So for all I know, they have nuked it, but I don't think so. Maybe. Anyway, this has been possible for the entire span of the game, so the only thing is it wasn't important to use it before, because before you had LRD and also teleport traps weren't as bad, or as like ubiquitous. So I mean, whatever. It seems good. Let's dig here. It's not. I don't think it's necessary, but without it, you're going to want to farm a lot more. To be honest, I probably shouldn't even bother with this here because, oops, you can't follow me down a shaft. I'm a Gozag guy, so this is probably overkill. Dragons are just very large, scaly cats. What about the dog dragon from Neverending Story? How about him? He's very clearly a dog and not a cat. Oh wait, I didn't clear. He's going to pull stuff from all these floors. This only works if you clear all the floors. You know what? Meme over. Sorry, not today. Normally I would go through the trouble, but because I'm Gozag, I don't need to. Time to full clear? I could, but I have bribes, so... You killed your friend! Oh, I could enslave him down. Wow, Dinky. Why didn't you say that 7 seconds sooner? It's almost like there's some kind of delay or something. It's fine. Also, I just went to V5 and I'm trying to go to Z5. Derp. But yeah, I mean, that's a tool for when you're not worshiping Gozag, but we're worshiping Gozag, so that whole thing was sort of superfluous. Because, I mean, if we were to get teleported into the lungs with a bribe up, the end result of that is that half the things go non-hostile and we just sort of walk away. Having a corn buddy is pretty good. It's like having a really beefy scarab, to be honest, with that AF slow. Well, that's actually awesome. I don't think I've ever had the joy of a corn boy. Corn bro. Oh. Oh no no no. Not the Zot trap. Man, perhaps I should have enslaved him down with a Zot trap entrance. That could be just an instant para. This ghost. Come on, ghost. The dream died. But the dream of the streak is still alive. I wonder. I'm gonna try something real fast. Is there anything I can get rid of? Ice Beast. Gotta get rid of one more thing. Conjure Flame. That is 100% fail rate on Shatter. But now we Brilliance. Becomes 96%. Well, that is just shit. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I take off the scales. 73. There we go. Okay, guys. Goodbye. I'm going to drink one of my billion cancels to avoid, 3 of them actually, to avoid getting mutated. So I did that to break into the lung, so I don't have to deal with this Zot trap bullshit. Because I'm not really wanting to get paralyzed today. Right, guy. Hey, there's an allied orb of fire. Let's get marked on purpose. Let's watch this orb of fire, this friendly orb of fire, just absolutely annihilate. Boom! Orb Guardian erased. Put up a forest, why not? Couple friendly orbs here. Come on, dude, I need a punch. I need one punch. I would irradiate, but I got a friend next to me. There we go.
Come on, college boy.
Hey, Comrade Gary, thanks, man. Alright, we're about to ascend anyway, so you've seen most of the run. Appreciate the
It's
bits,
nice
man.
to see a good streamer on this late. I almost want to make a pot of coffee, but my wife wants me to sleep at some point. Night.
The notification is priceless. Yeah, I do like it. I had to change the one for follows because it was just like 15 seconds long. I'll probably bring it back in a shortened form. But I was also getting... Alright, so it's a Barbra Streisand song, apparently. But it's not the actual song, it's a parody of this, you know, the Gachimuchi dude going whoop, 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 only it's been auto-tuned to like vaguely be in the tune of a Barbra Streisand song. And every single time I post a video on YouTube, it gets copyright claimed automatically. And then I do the same sort of response, the same rejection of that, saying, you know, this is not even the song, this is a parody, and then the claim gets released. So I just kind of stopped, I just kind of changed the alert to something shorter because I needed to do that anyway. Yes, I know it's Van Darkholm. Your master's name. He is a legend. Well, I haven't started uploading the videos with the shorter thing, but it no longer has the Streisand song in it, so it's not even to the tune of it anymore. It's just like a little, there's 3 whoops. So yeah. You know what? I'm just going to grab the orb. I'm feeling manly today. We'll take the telly. We get a good telly. How do you guys like this tiny little hole that I can just slip into, you know? I did this with 73% fail rate shatter because that's just how important and powerful it is to be able to break into a lung. And I only had, I mean, I had a lot of spell casting, but I only had 10 earth. So you can get shatter castable like that, down to like 70-some% fail. Totally worth doing. Totally worth doing. So if that's an option, if you've dabbled a little bit in earth, you should probably just always do it. You know? Okay, we're doing the orb run now. Let's go up. Uh-oh. Wow, I just realized we are at 99% to level 27. We actually did not get to level 27. We're going to get to 27 on this orb run, I promise you. Hey, buddy. Fog him, because I don't want to get hellfired. It's been a while since I've ascended not at level 27. Not that it matters. This is interesting. First Panlord. Disintegrate Polymorph, can't do those. Shadow Creatures is going to be kind of annoying on depths. So we're just going to walk away. And you know what? I could bribe, but we're so close to depths being done. There's the exit right there. Ah! Okay, take strength. Alright, now we bribe. Bribe dungeon. Take away the stat form because that actually makes me slow. I'm going to rest a bit. And then keep going. Yeah, I probably should have bribed depths. I should have probably bribed Zod again for that matter. But we saved money this way. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to need the money for, but we saved it. Yeah, no, that was a fault. Not a big fault, but it was a fault. Bribe is incredibly, incredibly powerful on the orb run. I mean, this Panlord just turned neutral immediately, you know? So did the Lich. Anybody who's, you know, everybody who's anybody basically is guaranteed, or almost guaranteed, to not bother you. This shouldn't work on Panlords. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things about Gozag that are probably way too damn strong. Probably the strongest thing about Gozag is the fact that you can effectively stack piety infinitely. So, it's like he's the only god where you just collect a ton of gold for the whole game, and then you have virtually infinite applications of his powers. This is like, Zen's really strong, but you can only Sanctuary like 3-4 times. Thank you for the bit, NGMat. Oh, you're on the leaderboard now. It just changed over for the month. But I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's just really strong. And it doesn't hurt that his abilities themselves are pretty strong. So yeah, let's get that Ascension. Boom. I can probably go ahead and, I mean, obviously this has been a marathon, but I'm not going to do anything in the next game, but as usual, I will start it out and just take a look at the entrance. So for Elliptic, he did SpIE, and then he did Vinestalker Scald. Not a very good start. This is another one of the challenge ones. I said there were only a few particularly hard things left, and this is one of them because Scald is just a bad background. I don't know what his obsession was with Scalds, but there's like 4 billion of them in this streak. I'm none too pleased. No, I hate Scald. Worst background. I know NaNe Badger's gonna hate me for saying that, but it's just bad. But yeah, SpIE, VSSk. Go for Spear, because Spear's always the best. Probably train nothing but Stealth, up to like 2 at least. What's going on, Monkus? I'm just, no, not right now. Hell no, I'm sleepy. I'm just starting it and showing off the entrance vault. This is mediocre. I'll take this entrance vault. This has features in it that I can use. I can lure enemies onto the water. That might help. I can kind of sort of dance around these funguses, I think. It'll probably be okay. Anyway, that was game number 22, and this Vinestalker will be game number 23, but we're not going to start that yet. I'm sleepy as hell. Thank you guys for coming by the stream, but until next time, I am signing out.
Did you know that there are many ways that you can help support this channel? Read about them on rosecrypto.com/support. At Rose Crypto, you can learn all about cool things like the Brave web browser, Bitcoin, and other cryptocurrencies. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe.